Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for our EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum. My name is Johan Fleck. I'm the Senior Director of the Europe Center here at the Atlantic Council. On behalf of the Council and our partners at the EU delegation, I'm excited to kick off day 2 of the EU DFF. We had a great day of programming yesterday, including with the Estonian Prime Minister, Kaja Kallas, with the EEAS Secretary General Stefano Sannino, and many more. Those of you who were in person with us, I hope were also able to join our reception honoring veterans on both sides of the Atlantic in honor of their service and Veterans Day last week. And now I'm excited to kick off day 2 of the EU DFF with discussions on defense policy, climate diplomacy, tech policy, and much more. But first off, we're getting a great kickoff session and scene setter framing the rest of the day with our panel this morning on economic security. And we're delighted to have with us U.S. Deputy Secretary of Commerce, Don Graves. Thank you, Deputy Secretary, for joining us.
Thank you.
We will have live from Brussels, Deputy Director General for Trade at the European Commission, Denis Redonnet. And our moderator will be Sarah Bowerly-Dansman from our friends at the Geoeconomics Center, who will lead the conversation this morning. As always, our audience can follow along, our virtual audience, on our social media presence using the hashtag EUDFF23, and submit your questions on askac.org. Look forward to your engagement here today, and with that, over to you, Sarah, to start the conversation.
Thank you, Jorn, and thank you all for being here today. We had a great slate of discussions yesterday, and today we're really delving into the very hard part, which is how to think about and build additional cooperation and collaboration around economic issues as we see so much of the economic landscape change rapidly, both in terms of facts on the ground, kind of holdover from concerns that happened, that we saw because of COVID, with kind of supply chains that seemed very fragile, to issues around the ways in which economic exchange not only can provide wealth and prosperity, but also create potential opportunities for weaponization and for leakage of advanced technology with important military applications to leak to adversaries. So today we have a great panel to discuss these issues with us. I will remind everyone that we will have some time for Q&A, so think about your questions. We'll try to leave about 15 minutes at the end for that. And those of you who are, those of you who are listening from home can put your questions into askac.org. So with that, I want to start with issues of de-risking, the term of the day, and economic security concerns. So much of this issue is really about preventing the proliferation of advanced technology with military applications to countries of concern, as well as working with the private sector to diversify critical supply chains from dependence on China and other actors that we may not want to be so dependent on. So let's start with you, Deputy Secretary Graves. From your perspective, can you talk about maybe like one or two of the most consequential steps, as you see it, that the US and the EU have taken over the last couple of years to coordinate on these issues?
Well, first off, let me say thank you, Sarah, and especially Jorn and the entire Atlantic Council for hosting what I think is a really important conversation. It's good to be back, even virtually, with my colleague and friend, the DG. I have a card that I keep with me all the time, and I've talked about this before, but I think it's important when we discuss these areas of criticality around the world, when we think about where the world economy is going, that we think about what I have on this card, the foundation of a prosperous and equitable world economic order. And there's a handful of principles that I think apply to the work that we've been doing, the shared work that we do with our good partners and allies in the EU. The principles are shared democratic values, adherence to the rule of law, protection of worker rights, as well as protection of intellectual property, and creative capital markets. Undergirding all of that is transparency, clarity, and predictability. Those fundamental principles and approaches to the way that we do our work together, I think, is creating and will continue to create the type of world where we can address these challenges, where we can mitigate the risks going forward, and ensure that the economy and opportunities work not just for the U.S. and the EU, but for partners, allies, and even competitors around the world. But you have to have that base foundation and a level playing field, and that will allow us to address some of the real challenges that we're seeing across the globe. Now, to get to part of your question, I think that's what we've been doing between the U.S. and the EU over the last few years, is sort of rebasing our relationship, going back to what brought us together as partners in the first place. And that's allowed us to make huge progress on things like through the Trade and Technology Council, the TTC, like our recent AI engagements, a whole range of areas of opportunity where industry is developing. But you have to have that foundational understanding and agreement. And I think that allows us then to build the types of standards and practices that make it much easier to get to agreement on a whole range of critical and emerging issues.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that really, from your perspective, the most important thing is dialogue, that maybe doesn't necessarily splash all over the newspaper headlines, right? But that this kind of consistent background dialogue around principles is really, from your perspective, the most important component of building cooperation over these areas. Denny, would you like to come in here and talk about, from the EU's perspective, what you think are the most kind of important breakthroughs around these issues?
Sure. Thanks very much for the invitation. It's great to be with you today and to be in this conversation with the Deputy Secretary. I think it's, by the way, let me start with this general point. It's very fitting from our point of view. In my experience working in the trade side of the European Commission for decades, I have seen over the last few years a tremendous upgrade of our contacts, our cooperation, notably with the Department of Commerce. It's extremely notable, and it is a great partnership for us. It has been forged in part in hard times over difficult issues. For example, through our very close cooperation to work with the coalition of countries that are applying unprecedented economic sanctions on Russia. This has lifted our engagement to levels that I certainly had not over the last decade seen. And I think the most important thing, what is very consequential in the transatlantic relationship on the issues that you have raised, is that indeed we have, first of all, we've turned the page on some issues that we had in the past, disputes and irritants, and that has really enabled the transatlantic relationship to turn its sights towards the long term, towards the strategic trade and technology issues that indeed we use the Trade and Technology Council to deepen on a cooperation basis. And that is producing important results in important areas, some visible, Some, indeed, as you say, less visible. I think the cooperation we have to make semiconductor supply chains more resilient is very important. There's a lot of work that's going on emerging tech, including on the strategic trade and strategic investment control side. Now, these are things which bring a community of people and policymakers together without necessarily making a lot of noise, but which is really creating that bond and that interaction between the EU and the US side. And I think there's probably more to do there. If I had to point maybe to a couple of directions, I think we certainly think that the Trade and Technology Council should really focus going forward on all the issues around the green transition, and this is why we have launched together the Transatlantic Initiative on Sustainable Trade, part and parcel of that effort. And the Technology and Trade Council is going to give us the means to give feet and legs to what the EU and US joint declaration of March of this year set out with respect to economic security when it comes to reinforcing the resilience of our respective economies, addressing problems that we face together, such as economic coercion or the weaponization of trade dependencies, or indeed the critical question of the leakage of technologies to destinations of concerns. All this we will take forward by rolling out our own economic security strategy on the EU side, but that is one which is based on the concept of partnership and, of course, first and foremost, the transatlantic partnership.
Thank you. So both you, the Deputy Secretary General, as well as Deputy Secretary Graves, focused on the Trade and Technology Council as one of the sites in which a lot of this cooperation is occurring. So I'd like to ask both of you to talk a little bit more about what we should expect out of the next meeting. How do we measure success here, especially since much of what you're talking about is that the value of these engagements is the talking themselves and coming to principles. So how would you respond to someone that says, oh, we have these big events, people talk a lot, they travel, they get together, there are receptions, and then everyone goes home and we're not quite sure exactly what the point was. So how do we judge success when it comes to the TTC, both kind of near-term success and then over the long term? Denny, I'll start with you again so we can kind of go back and forth.
Sure. Look, I think that we have a number of joint priorities for work and for deliverables. I mean, if I take the trade part of the TTC, our trade priorities are very clear. We want to deepen our cooperation on the green transition. We want to advance cooperation on the Transatlantic Initiative on Sustainable Trade. We want to make progress on certain things that fluidify the transatlantic relationship, whether it's conformity assessment, cooperation on digital tools. We want to advance the economic security related issues. And I think Deputy Secretary mentioned the important cooperation that is growing on the question of AI. But I would not actually underestimate the value of the engagement outside of regulatory deliverables. My experience, the cooperation that takes place between different parts of the policymaking community, whether it's investment screeners, whether it's export control authorities, we have seen the importance of that when we are actually faced with tough, difficult moments, was the case when we had to create a new economic regime to deal with Russia's aggression of Ukraine. The bonds that the TTC is creating between those policymaking communities are actually important. They might not be visible necessarily to a number of outside stakeholders, but they ultimately determine the quality of the transatlantic cooperation going forward.
Deputy Secretary?
Well, I couldn't agree more with Denis. What happens in between these big convenings and gatherings is probably more important than anything else that we do. We use the big meetings, the ministerials and the like, whether it's TTC or any other set of meetings to help drive the agenda. But really, it's the ongoing partnership collaboration. Our global export control efforts, the coalition that we put together for Russia, was built off of the work that we were doing directly with the EU. We couldn't be where we are on preventing the technologies, the components for getting to Russia, if it hadn't been some basic foundational work that we had done over the course of many months directly with the EU. And so those are the types of conversations that we're having. And Denis mentioned a number of the specific areas of partnership, but it's a lot of alignment on approaches. So even where we don't necessarily have a regulatory framework that an agreement that our regulatory frameworks will work necessarily directly off one another, we are trying to find ways that we can have that alignment, that our approach, importantly on things like standards and ways that we protect intellectual property, when we come to agreement, even if it isn't perfect alignment, but where we have our frameworks, our approaches much more in sync, it makes it a lot easier for our private sectors to be successful, makes it easier to ensure that we're protecting our consumers, our people, and it allows us to go out to the rest of the world collectively to help drive these same types of frameworks and alignments. And I think that we're seeing that, as Denis mentioned, in semiconductors. We each have our own approach to investing in chips. We have our CHIPS Act, they have theirs. But we know that as a result of the current international ecosystem around chips, it made no sense for the U.S. to be investing in a way that was redundant to what the EU is doing and what our other partners are doing. And so that's why we've been spending so much time having our teams meet with one another so that the investments that we're all making are actually helping to build a more resilient ecosystem so we don't end up in a place like we were just a couple of years ago coming out of the pandemic where none of us had enough of the chips that we needed. And it also gets to, I think, some of the issues of our major competitors around the world. If we can align and have our industries working together, it means that we don't cede the economic ground to competitors who are undermining our value system and our way of life, and I think would be counter to the economic order that I talked about at the beginning.
Yeah, so kind of building on that, one of the things that I think is hard from a messaging perspective as well as from a kind of building systems and processes and joint agreement. I mean, it's clear from this conversation that trust, process, and transparency is really key to the engagement between the U.S. and the EU over these issues. But when we talk about kind of semiconductors, that really gets into issues of dual-use technology, concerns about military applications that I think many in the room and elsewhere would kind of see as there being a clear link to what in the U.S. we call national security, what in the EU might be called public order. But I'm also hearing a lot from both of you about issues related to the green transition and sustainable trade. And of course, we also have both industrial policy and other regulations on both sides of the Atlantic that deal with that. Now, that's a slightly different issue. Of course, we could frame that as a national security issue, and of course, there are security concerns, particularly with some of this advanced technology that undergirds the green transition. But there's also a lot more focus on economic competitiveness in a new green economy that for many people starts to seem a little bit more like protectionism rather than security protection. So how do you kind of think about those issues and how to have a kind of principled approach to how we engage on these issues in a way that it is rule-based and transparent in some way, and principled, without turning into kind of just economic protectionism, trade barriers, and a reduction of the trade relationship. Let's start with you. It's a long question.
That is there's a lot to unpack there. Look, the climate crisis is an existential crisis for the world. And it required and will continue to require a substantial amount of rethinking of our industrial structures across the globe and significant advancement technologically. And frankly, the EU had been ahead of us in terms of commitments, investments, and that's part of the reason that the president was so focused, our president was so focused on getting the Inflation Reduction Act passed, along with all of the other major pieces of legislation that touch on the broader ecosystem that we're trying to develop. So we are making commitments that we haven't made, which includes the necessary investments to make sure that we're building that clean tech, green-oriented industrial base going forward. But that doesn't mean that we necessarily think that we should make everything here. I think we would be, you would tell me I was smoking something if I said that we were going to build everything in the United States. That is not the case. It's why we have to partner with our friends in the EU. Going forward, the more that we can do to advance our collective clean tech and green industries, the better we're all going to be across the globe. So we're making necessary investments, and it's why we've been having these really what I think are good conversations, making progress to make sure that these investments also are not the type of protectionist approach that you might have seen with the previous administration. And I think that's why, as we've had the conversations over the last year or so, the concerns that had been in place when the Inflation Reduction Act passed, we've mitigated a lot of those concerns because we have to make these investments if we're going to ensure that we have a world that our children and grandchildren can live in going forward. But it's why we have to have these bilateral and multilateral conversations on an ongoing basis, so we reduce concerns, we can make the necessary investments at the right time, and we can also focus on those areas that are either particularly troubling or things that we need to do collectively around the world to ensure that we both have the critical components, things like critical minerals, to ensure that our clean technologies, our clean industries are able to succeed going forward.
Deputy Secretary General, you have.
I could say something probably pretty converged. Maybe I'll come at this from slightly different angles or say it in a different way. You said principled. I think that's very important from our perspective. It has to be a principled approach. And this is why, by the way, our policies are going to be remained anchored in our international commitment and geared at shoring up the rules-based system. Because at the end of the day, we believe that is a guardrail that protects our economic security, number one. Number two, I think that where there is a need to level the playing field because there are distortions that are unregulated and that are generated in a large part from non-market policies and practices, particularly from China, we need to deploy the legitimate tools to deal with this. And this is why, for example, we have recently, out of the EU, initiated an anti-subsidy investigation with respect to the imports of electric vehicles from China. We believe this is a WTO-anchored instrument that deals precisely with problems linked to distortions that create import pressures and the risk of injury to our industries, and where we need to act. This is not protectionism. It has nothing to do with protectionism. This is a leveling of the playing field that is, in our view, legitimate. Of course, we will now investigate the case, and we will see what the investigation produces. I think that's very different, by the way, from issues relating to that nexus around trade, a number of emerging digital technologies, and security and public order questions per se. That is a zone, it's a complex zone, where also we will need to use economic statecraft tools to deal better with a very concrete problem, which is the risk of leakage of critical technologies to destinations of concerns, notably destinations of concern that practice very widespread civil military fusion strategies. That is something which, again, the joint declaration of March highlights as one of the areas of cooperation. And then beyond that, I think there is the case for reinforcing our economies by integrating better, in a more fluid manner, transatlantic supply chains, by making them more resilient and more sustainable. And that is very much what the Trade and Technology Council can work towards.
So I want to come back in a little bit to the issue around technology leakage, which I think is very important. But I want to hold first on the issue of kind of strengthening transatlantic supply chains. So, the U.S., the EU, and member states have all voiced an urgency for transatlantic cooperation on industrial policy, around security issues, to prevent costly subsidy wars, and also to make sure that the U.S. and EU business sectors have reciprocal market access on an even playing field. So, you have both brought this up in numerous ways over the course of the last 30 minutes. So what's holding up the agreements on critical minerals, steel and aluminum, and state subsidies for green tech? I mean, it's important, right? So why? It's important. It's a security issue. It's urgent. So what's going on? Who wants to start? Hot potato.
I'll jump in quickly and say there is urgency, and we're making huge progress. But building these supply chains didn't happen overnight. It happened over many, many decades. Particularly when you think about, let's take critical minerals for instance. The PRC controls about 90% of the critical minerals supply chain across the globe, whether it's the extraction or the processing. So it's going to take a significant amount of time for us to build our response to, we're going to move very quickly, but it's going to take some time to strengthen and refocus our supply chains around those issues. So we're making very good progress, and I think that part of this is also a recognition that a lot of the work is not just about what happens bilaterally, but what happens between the U.S. and EU working multilaterally, because a lot of the supply chains are outside of our countries, and so we have to be engaging with our partners around the globe as well to rebuild these supply chains. So I think that there's a fairly significant amount of work that has been done, through the digital ministerial, the roundtable that we announced earlier this year. We've had very good conversations as well. Also on the defense, as Denis mentioned, the defensive side, it's protecting our existing supply chains from leakage by other countries. So there's a lot of work that's going on behind the scenes, even if there's not some grand announcement. And I think that's the way that it's going to play out over time. we will continue to make, I think, good progress in rebuilding supply chains, particularly critical supply chains, together, collectively. And it may not get the type of attention from the media that they'd like. It's not sound bites. This is industry working with the government to try and build these supply chains together.
Yeah, I could just add to this. I think that the political engagement is there, including on the work streams that you have mentioned. Sometimes it takes time to get to yes, but that should not, I think, overshadow the amount of agreement that actually is generated over some of the underpinnings of these initiatives. On steel, I think there is a lot of agreement with the US and the EU on the challenges that are thrown at us by non-market access capacity in steel. There's also, I think, an increasing understanding of why we want to support decarbonization of the steel and aluminum sectors, and how we have industry on both sides that are working towards this. On the critical minerals agreement, I think it's the same. I think for us, there's very clear objectives to this agreement. It will strengthen EU-U.S. supply chains in critical minerals. It will enable us to qualify as a free trade agreement partner for the purposes of the IRA clean vehicle credit. And I think there is actually a lot of agreement on, for example, the need to ensure the protection of fundamental labor rights in our respective supply chains. Now, there is an ongoing discussion about how we do this and what's the right mechanism for ensuring this. But there's certainly a lot of agreement, I think, in terms of the objectives and the rationale that we're pursuing in these two work streams and initiatives, and beyond that, in a lot of other work areas under the TTC.
Well, it's lovely to hear that there's so much agreement, and I hope that agreement can be long-lasting and persist beyond any particular administration into any administrations that might follow, because we do know that in order to bring industry along, they're making long-term decisions that, to change their supply chains around that take time to play out. So I'm going to ask a question to kind of shift towards issues around sanctions, but those of you in the audience, please start thinking about your questions, because we'll start taking them in about 5 minutes. So both of you have touched upon how the coordination of sanctions against Russia after its full-scale invasion of Ukraine has helped to revitalize a lot of this cooperation on economic security measures across the Atlantic. Can you tell us a bit about what we should expect out of this 12th package of sanctions coming forward? Is this about kind of broadening the scope of sanctions, or is this more about trying to kind of tighten up loopholes that, as you see them? And through that, how can you give us some examples of how coordination in this respect has spilled over into kind of clear trust building and process building on these other issues that we've discussed? Who wants to take that first?
Maybe I can give, because if you're asking a question about 12 sanctions package, I guess that's on my side.
Yes, that is yes.
Now,
go ahead.
I will not anticipate too much, because obviously the Council will adopt, we hope, soon the 12 sanctions package, and I will not anticipate, of course, on its content. But I think we're pursuing a logic that is the right one, that is having an impact on Russia's capabilities, and that the 12th package will be a reflection on. We are cutting systematically and increasingly Russia's export revenues through import measures on trade. There will be more of that. We are also crucially working on the export side of the equation, and by depriving Russia of a number of technology items and industrial items, we are degrading Russia's capabilities on the battlefield and beyond the battlefield by degrading Russia's capacities in industrial and technological terms more widely. This works if we do this in coordination within the sanctioning coalition. And there, EU-U.S. coordination of the sanctions work for us remains absolutely critical. We will continue to engage in this to ensure alignment of our sanctions. And I can tell you that there is day in, day out a tremendous amount of work to make sure that we adopt our sanctions in an aligned manner, which helps our business communities deal with the complexity of the sanctions regime, and which, of course, increases impact and also helps the broader sanctioning coalition to follow that lead in continuing to stay the course and to put pressure on Russia through the means of the economic sanctions regime. Now, we are also coordinating very, very intensely now on the question of evasion, circumvention, backfilling, which of course is inevitably a concern, and where also cooperation will make a difference in terms of tightening the screw on Russia through the sanction regimes and making sure that the impact increases over time and produces the effect that we're trying to produce with the regime. So that is really the order of business. And there, I can tell you that daily EU-U.S. cooperation on these issues between the European Commission, the Department of Commerce, member states, competent authorities is absolutely central.
Well, I will be brief because Denis and I are in complete agreement on this. We have worked wonderfully well together over the course of the last 2 years. I'll say that just to put a finer point on the ways that we're working together, we know that that there are going to be individual actors, whether they're companies, whether they're state actors, who are going to try and evade and circumvent our export controls and our broader sanctions. And part of what we're doing is on both the alignment of our systems, because we had, coming into this tragedy, we had very different systems of governance on export controls. The EU and member countries go at this a very different way, as did the Japanese and the Koreans and some of our other partners. And so we had to, part of what we're doing is making sure that we have alignment in the way that we apply export controls, but it's also on the way that we enforce, and that's why we have recently been working together on 45 harmonized tariff codes and the application of export controls, specifically focusing on those tariff codes, because we know that those are the critical components that are helping Russia to enable its military. And if we can tackle those, then it's going to create real problems for Putin to continue to prosecute his unjust war. So that's the type of thing that we're going to do forward. And if you are a third-party actor, a state actor, a company, be on notice that we are after you. We will find you, we will shut you down, and you will face pretty severe consequences for continued engagement in that way.
On that note, who wants to ask the first question? All right, yes. Oh, wait, let's wait for, I think we need a microphone. Do we have a microphone? Here we go. Yes, right here, sir. Right here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Brian Kelly with Sempra. I want to follow that conversation and expand it for a second. We've seen that Russia has used energy as a weapon.
Yes.
And as we think about how the U.S. and the EU have done amazing work together on global energy diversification, how do you think about that potential use of critical minerals as a weapon And then how do you think about that diversification to ensure that those supply chains are protected if that is the next phase of what a weapon is used for?
Wow. Okay. Denis, do you? No, I'll take the first part. It's good to see you. Thank you for the question. We have to produce more here. Certainly, both our supply chain and also our ability, especially on things like solar panels, we have to produce more here. We have to allow for some of that production to come in, so long as it's as we're doing what Denis talked about in ensuring that that the production is not coming from human rights abuses. Allow some of that to come in with a plan, a ramp up in our ability to produce here. But as I said on the critical minerals piece, it also requires our engagement all across the globe. It's why we've been talking with the EU. We've had good conversations with individual EU members as well as with the EU itself on ways that we engage our partners around the world, whether it's in the Indo-Pacific like Australia, or I just came back from Africa, and part of what we're doing is thinking about processing of the critical minerals. It's not just the extraction. China processes more of the critical minerals than almost any other place in the world. So we have to enable our partners, allies across the globe to also provide more of those the processing of critical minerals, so that we aren't so susceptible to the PRC and what they're able to do or not do as it relates to gallium and graphite and other things.
Just maybe a word on the Russia side of the question, to say that we have actually diversified and decoupled from the very, very large footprint that Russia had in the European economy pre-war. I mean, you have to realize Russia was our 5th largest trading partner pre-war. Now we have put, what was a 90 billion euro export relationship. Our exports to Russia on a yearly basis was 90 billion euros. We have put, some 60% of that under sanctions. Same on the import side, where of course we had a big footprint of the Russian economy on energy, on critical raw materials. It has been difficult, it has been painful. The EU economy is bearing, of course, a big front of the economic impact of the sanctions, but we have been able to adjust, to diversify, and to sever those links with Russia. In order to do this, of course, we need diversification. We need partnerships with many, many partners and countries across the world. And that is why our trade and investment policies are also playing a role in this. They are reducing our pre-war dependency on Russia, and so far it has been fairly successful.
Okay, I think we have time for one more quick question. Yes, sir, in the front.
Hi, Erwan Nagadek from the Atlantic Council and George Washington University. So Denis just talked about the great decoupling that just happened between the EU and Russia. Vis-à-vis China, it looks like the underlying logic behind speaking of de-risking versus decoupling is to say that if only we take measures X, Y, and Z that remove risk, then we can go ahead and double down on the extent of the links, economic links with China. But what do you make of the argument that we can't do that, that de-risking with China will require decoupling, that any degree of dependency vis-à-vis China involves risks that might be unacceptable?
Okay, 3 minutes to discuss if we can possibly continue an economic relationship with China. Go.
Denis?
Well, then in very short, not all dependencies create vulnerabilities. I mean, we're concerned where we have very heavy dependencies that can be weaponized by China or in some cases other trading countries. That is where we need to focus the de-risk. And there is work going on right now to assess the risk, and then from that define the right mitigation measure, knowing that incidentally the de-risking or even the sort of reappraisal of risk in our economy will also be driven by market forces, not simply through government policies, because a market economic operator is going to look at risk and will adjust supply chain arrangements, sourcing arrangements to risks. So I think this is happening already. This will continue to happen. There will be pockets of the relationship where, notably on issues relating to the leakage of critical technologies, you are likely to see probably more policy-driven measures to de-risk. But it is going to be a combination of all of the above, whilst, of course, we are going to maintain a very significant trade and investment relationship with China going forward.
Well, I couldn't agree more. We've been doing this a lot. I think that market forces are going to play a big factor here. Because the PRC doesn't abide by those principles that I laid out at the beginning in large part, you're seeing a lot of disinvestment. It's why there was essentially a foreign direct investment deficit for China over the last year, because companies are recognizing the challenges of operating within China these days. China also has, I think, pretty substantial economic challenges as well as demographic challenges that they're going to have to deal with. So I don't think that this will be a decoupling per se. I think that the market will play out. At the same time, there are specific areas where we have very strong concerns, fundamental disagreements around the way that we partner with them, their approaches to things. And so on dual-use technologies, for instance, where we've seen the PRC engage in activities of sometimes of theft of IP or times where they've used the technological advancements that they're getting from us to advance their own military, that's basically a red line for us. So I think being very clear and consistent about where we're going to continue to engage with them in our economic relationship and allow our companies to continue to work together versus those areas where we're not, but making sure on those areas where we're working together that we hold the line on the approaches that we take, that there's the rule of law, that we protect against human rights abuses, that we protect against market distortion, as Denis mentioned. That's the approach that I think you'll see happening going forward. And we'll just have to see how this plays out over time.
Well, with that, we are out of time. I want to thank the Deputy Secretary General and the Deputy Secretary for a wide-ranging and very insightful conversation. So thank you all. Let's join me in a round of applause.
Welcome, everyone. As the voice of God just told you, my name is Rachel Rizzo. I'm a non-resident senior fellow here at the Europe Center, and I'd like to welcome everyone to day 2 of the EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum. We've had some fascinating conversations over the last day already, and we're going to continue that over the next 50 minutes or so. Just before we get started, a little bit of housekeeping. For those watching online, you can submit your questions. As you see, I have this trusty iPad right here. Submit them at askac.org, and I'll look at them, and during the last 10 or 15 minutes of audience Q&A, we'll get to those. We also have a mic runner here in the audience, so as you're watching the panel, please think of your questions, and we'll get that at the end. 2022, February, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia. It spurred unprecedented cooperation between the United States and the European Union. It also spurred unprecedented support between those two bodies. And we're 2 years on. The U.S. is heading into a contentious election season. It's clear that this is going to be a long war. It's not ending soon. And it's clear that support must continue and that Ukraine's future must be anchored in Western institutions. So the question becomes, how do we sustain transatlantic support for Ukraine and its future and its security? To talk about that, we have a fantastic panel today. I will start over here on the far end, Congressman Brendan Boyle, U.S. Representative from Pennsylvania's 2nd District and Chair of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly's Political Committee. Welcome. We also have, to my immediate left, Douglas Jones, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs at the U.S. State Department. We also have Guillaume Olanier, who is the Director of Strategic Affairs, Security and Arms Control at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of France. And we also have I think calling in, we have Benedicta von Sehertos, who is the Managing Director for Peace, Security, and Defense at the European External Action Service. And there she is. Hi, Benedicta. I couldn't see you for a second, so I wasn't sure if you were on there, but you're here now, so welcome. Welcome to all of you. So Congressman Boyle, I'd like to start with you. You have to leave at 10:30 to go vote on the Hill. So as you're walking out, just to give everyone a heads up, it's not because anyone said anything. It's because he has to leave to go vote. So just a heads up. And so I want to start with you. It's been sort of a wild ride on Capitol Hill, to put it lightly.
That is fair.
Over the last couple of months. Questions abound about what future U.S. support for Ukraine might look like. There's been a loud coterie of Ukraine skeptics who have done a really good job of tying Ukrainian security with other domestic political issues. What is your view from Capitol Hill? Do you see that support for Ukraine being sustained in the medium to long term?
Well, it's wonderful to be back with you, Rachel, and the Atlantic Council. Let me start with the headline, and then I'll get into the facts supporting it. I am very concerned, as someone who is a strong supporter of the Transatlantic Alliance and U.S. support for the war effort in Ukraine. If we were to look at Congress as a whole, taking both House and Senate, you would see roughly 2/3 to 70% of members of Congress being supportive of the supplemental that the president requested specifically, and then just more broadly, aid to Ukraine. Now, you might think, geez, well, if 2/3 or 70% of Congress support something, that's a supermajority. There should be no problem, right? Unfortunately, it's not that simple. And let me be clear, most of the issue that I'm going to talk about is on the House side. On the Senate side, where Democrats have a narrow majority, 51 to 49, you also have a Republican leadership in Senate McConnell, and it looks like a majority of Senate Republicans who are more of the, what I would call, traditional Reagan-Bush foreign policy view of the West. So there actually isn't an issue over in the Senate. It's specifically on the House side. and more specifically within the House Republican Conference. House Republicans are in the majority. When they're at full strength, 222 to 213. It is a historically narrow majority. We've seen the sort of problems and the internal fights that they have had and continue to have. When it comes to Ukraine funding, it is a loud, significant minority. About a year and a half ago, it started off as maybe a quarter of House Republicans who were opposed to aid to Ukraine and support of Ukraine. What started out as maybe 25% is now about 45%. And that trend line continues to go in, from my perspective, the wrong direction. Because they have had these issues internally, very broadly on all sorts of things, including who would be the leader of their caucus or the conference and who would be speaker, Ukraine funding is caught up in that. So even though if the question and the bill were put on the floor today, I think a slight majority of House Republicans would vote in favor of continuing aid to Ukraine, there is a large enough and loud enough and large enough minority that it prevents that bill from being put on the floor to begin with. So it is likely going to take some maneuvering from the minority side in order to get even a vote. The fact that this week, I mean, literally yesterday, late yesterday afternoon, we passed this now two-step process on the CR, on the continuing resolution. That means we avoid a government shutdown, assuming it'll pass the Senate. That gets us into January or February before we have to worry about it. However, for Ukraine funding, that's actually not good news, because now there is nothing, absent a discharge petition, there is nothing to force a vote on the supplemental until we get into January or February. So I am concerned. I am still, though, optimistic and confident that ultimately we get this done, but there will be nothing further in calendar year 2023 unless something truly surprising happens.
Okay. I want to come back to that, but before I do, I want to turn to Das Jones to sort of give an administration view, sort of the other side of the coin. Since the beginning of the invasion, the messaging has been that the U.S. will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. But the answer to that question, as long as it takes for what, it's sort of flexible. And there's some people who say that the lack of specific messaging has allowed other voices, Ukraine detractors, to sort of shape what that looks like. Is that message, for as long as it takes, is that still the right approach, especially as we head into 2024?
Well, certainly the administration's commitment to Ukraine, to seeing Ukraine prevail in this conflict, has not changed. I appreciate everything that the congressman said, and just, from the administration's point of view, it's just so critical that we continue our strong support for Ukraine, given everything that we have at stake here, and that hasn't changed. And the imperative that we ensure that Putin's aggression fails, that his attempt to split the alliance, his attempt to undermine all the principles upon which our security and the security of our allies is based, that fails. None of that commitment has diminished. So I think the implication that, I guess what I want to say is we're not doing this because we are seeking a forever commitment.
Yeah.
And I think that's been the criticism about the expression for as long as it takes. We do have a goal here, and we're seeking to achieve that. It's not a drawn-out war. The goal is a Ukraine emerging from this conflict that's independent, that's sovereign, that's prosperous, and that's able to deter and defend against any future aggression. And we believe we're making progress towards that goal. Ukraine is making progress on the battlefield, slower than anybody would like. And so we're not dragging this out. We're not playing for a draw. We're playing for a win with a clear goal in mind.
Okay. And the EU, obviously plays a major role in you were saying the goal is an independent Ukraine, one that can deter and defend against Russian aggression. Ukraine can't do that on its own. We can't do that by ourselves, just supporting Ukraine. The EU needs to be involved in that. So Guillaume, I wanted to ask you, depending on what happens over the next year, if U.S. support for Ukraine, just kind of based on what's happening on Capitol Hill, wanes a little bit, can the European Union pick up the slack there?
At the least, we know that European countries and the European Union as such have to do more. That's a point. We've done a lot, and we will continue. And I think that each and every EU member countries and the EU as such is fully aware of the fact that we have to step up our efforts. But we think that it's not a question whether it would be the US or the EU. First, because our key asset in this war has been the very close relationship and the very close unity, very sound unity across the Atlantic between the United States and the European Union, and it has remained as such. Second, because I think that what the US is doing in support of Ukraine is not because of the European Union or the European countries do not the effort. It is because it is in the US interest to do this. And what is at stake in that country, in that war, is not only, this European security. It's not a European security challenge. It is sometimes perceived by a number of countries around the world as a regional conflict, but it's not. The question is whether we can accept that a sovereign country is fully or partly invaded by a neighboring countries using a full-fledged conventional war under the umbrella of a very dangerous nuclear saber-rattling rhetoric. And it is something that we cannot accept in Europe, but that nobody can accept. And if the outcome of the war was a kind of a success for the aggressor, which means Russia, it could have dramatic and far-reaching consequences much beyond and outside, much beyond Europe and outside Europe. And so I think that we have a common security interest in tackle this issue and to, just like Doug said, not betting on a draw, but betting on a winning. Mm-hmm. And so the question is not for the EU to pick up the slack. The question is to increase our efforts to better complement in the long run the US efforts.
Okay. And do you see, just as a follow-up, in terms of European publics, is that support continuing?
We all have the same question about the possibility of a kind of political fatigue, and it is the other side of the coin of the motto of we will continue to support Ukraine as long as it takes. It is absolutely necessary to say this because it is true and it is crucial to send the signal to Russia that we won't give up. But on the other hand, it can, give our public opinion the feeling that it is an endless effort. It won't be, because the more we are credible in terms of we are determined to continue, the more rapidly this war will come to an end. Mm-hmm. And so, as far as Europe is concerned, and in particular my country, I don't see any kind of any fatigue. Simply, first, because people perfectly understand what is at stake. Second, because we have faced huge consequences with this war, including from an economic point of view, with a rising inflation and a number of economical difficulties. We have faced, since then, a number of new crises, including in the Near East, of course. We have some security issues in Africa, just like you know. But my perception is that the public opinion in France perfectly understand, again, what is at stake and are not, questioning neither our public opinion nor our political people. Nobody is questioning the, necessity to continue that effort. Okay. In particular because even if it may appear that it is a long time effort, we have already results, on the paper, a full-fledged attack of Russia against a neighboring country like Ukraine should have had as outcome a rapid victory. It has not been the case. And we have allowed Ukraine so far to resist, which is per se something absolutely tremendous. And second, we have observed in the last year that Ukraine has been able to recover a significant part of the territories that had been invaded just after the beginning of the war. So we have some very concrete results so far. And so I think that it is part of the elements which, fuel the energy to continue to support Ukraine in that war.
Okay. And Benedicta, I wanted to come to you. We talk a lot about NATO. We talk a lot about bilateral country-to-country support for Ukraine. But as we've mentioned, the EU has done a lot. You have things like the European Peace Facility, upping production on ammunition, sending financial and economic aid, military assistance. So can you kind of give us a sense from your perch in Brussels at the EEAS how the EU specifically has adapted and stepped up over the last year or so, and where you see that support heading going forward?
Thank you very much. And I would like to start by picking up on something that Guillaume has said, and I think he's absolutely spot on, that the Ukrainians now for the last 21 months have been fighting for much more than for their own freedom. They've been fighting really for democracy as a whole, for all our freedom. And they've been also fighting for upholding the international rules-based order. So I think there are many who are looking very closely at what we are doing. I totally agree, it's not a regional conflict. It has a much higher meaning. And whatever we provide to Ukraine, we also do it in our own interest. So I want to start by acknowledging that, and also by acknowledging the tremendous support that has come from the US so far. For the EU, you already hinted to that. This support has been a game changer in the sense that it has been unprecedented in speed, in scale. And I think that even the Europeans themselves have learned what they're capable of in such times. Maybe just to recall what we've been doing at the different levels. So our overall support in terms of humanitarian, financial, economic aid is now around 92 billion US dollars. And of course, we mustn't forget that Europe is hosting about 4 million Ukrainian refugees. We have adopted 11 sanctions packages, and also the military support is unprecedented. And that's where it has been really a game changer for the way the EU has reacted. And I'm saying that not only because the support as such is impressive, but because it's also a kind of a new role for the EU. The EU is in some ways a newcomer to the area of security and defense, and what we have been doing also means breaking taboos, for example, when it comes to providing military equipment to a country at war. You mentioned the European Peace Facility, which is a budget that we've been using to reimburse member states who donated military equipment, mainly lethal, also non-lethal, to Ukraine. And now European member states have provided equipment worth around 29 billion US dollars. We also have a training mission on European soil. We have so far trained around 33,000 soldiers. We have started an initiative for joint procurement, because we see it's not just enough to provide equipment from our own stocks. Of course, with time, these stocks are being more and more depleted, so we need to order more. And we did that jointly in the case of procurement, but also we need to look at the whole cycle, because ordering itself is not enough. We need to make sure that our industry is also in a good place to actually produce and to deliver the equipment that we need. So we started programs to ramp up industry, to make sure that we address possible bottlenecks and that we support industry in different ways to ensure that they can up their production. And we are doing that all of that in close cooperation with the US, with NATO. A very important format for us is the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, the UDCG, the Rammstein format, where many decisions have been taken in terms of, what does the Ukraine need? How can we support Ukraine as best as possible, and also in a collective effort so that we don't all provide the same equipment, for example, and other equipment is not delivered. So there's a close coordination. And you can see also when we look into the future, what will now change. I think it's very good to look at what is happening in the UDCG format, because there we are going from providing immediate support to also looking at what do we need in terms of long-term planning for the Ukrainian armed forces. And we also need to, we see that we need to support the Ukrainian armed forces in a way that they can, in the long term, defend themselves, that they can be as independent as possible. Of course, for a long time, support will be important, but it's really important that we do this shift from only the immediate to also looking at, how do we want to. What should these Ukrainian armed forces look like in the long run? And there, of course, it's the Ukrainians who are doing their own planning and then entering this into the Rammstein format. And then we as the EU see how do our member states support it, and how can we in turn support it with our own instruments, such as, for example, the European Peace Facility. And of course, also if we look at the future support to Ukraine, you will know, and the Secretary General of the EAS, Stefano Salino, he touched on this yesterday. There are discussions ongoing in terms of further support in the Ukraine facility that is happening in the context of the Commission, but we are also looking into, how can we support Ukraine in terms of security commitments to support Ukraine in a way that is as tailored as possible to their needs.
Thank you. So, Congressman Boyle, I might ask you to pick up on a few things that Benedicta pointed out. She just laid out really an incredible number of things that the EU has done over the last couple of years. 29 billion US dollars in support, training missions, thousands of soldiers being trained, joint procurement. I always say that a stronger EU in terms of defense and security isn't something that will cause friction or problems between the U.S. and Europe or the transatlantic relationship in general. I think it's actually the antidote to that friction. I think a stronger Europe is better for us. What's the view from Capitol Hill in terms of the role of the EU specifically in this and in supporting Ukraine? Is the messaging there, and do you think that a stronger EU will sort of help the Ukraine and Europe detractors on Capitol Hill?
So I have exactly the same view that you do, and then there's also the other wrinkle of that question is the interplay between what's EU responsibility versus NATO.
Yeah.
But I'll put that off to the side and just say Europe in general doing as much as it can and getting that story out there actually assists those of us who want to make sure that the U.S. is still there leading the transatlantic alliance and doesn't walk away from Ukraine. Because let's not forget, for Donald Trump, for Marjorie Taylor Greene, for those who are of that point of view, kind of a more isolationist point of view, their number one talking point to discredit people like me is essentially, paraphrasing here, oh, geez, Europeans aren't doing anything. U.S., we're suckers. We're being taken for a ride. We're the ones who are stepping up, paying the check, essentially, and Europe isn't doing anything. So the best way to combat that is, frankly, for Europe, whether it's through the EU specifically or outside of the EU, because obviously there's some major players like the UK who aren't, unfortunately, part of the EU, them doing as much as they can and redoubling their efforts, and also getting the word out. And by the way, I try to assist in that. I co-chair the EU Congressional Caucus on Capitol Hill. So I've been trying to get the word out about how much leading European countries are doing as part of this effort. That is by far the best way to combat those who are pushing the isolationist line.
Okay. And you, as we head into the 2024 election, do you see that as sort of the, not the antidote, but do you see messaging from the Ukraine detractors sort of becoming a mainstay on Capitol Hill?
I wouldn't say mainstay,
Okay.
but the trend line is worrying.
Yeah.
I mean, I went through the math, and I attempt to quantify this by various different votes we've had over the last now year and 9 months that the war has been going on ever since late February of last year. You can see that no vote creep up as the months go by. And as we now go, head into, first, I mean, it's always election season in the United States, as those who are from Europe always point out, and they're used to 6-7 week elections. Our election cycle is about 4 years, so it's always election season. But as we really get into now the meat of the primaries in a couple months, and then through the presidential general election, I am deeply, I'm very worried.
Okay.
And let's face it, as we sit here right now, I would say that the overwhelming case is that Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee, and I think he is roughly a close to 50% chance of winning. And we should start to reflect upon what a different world we might be living in just approximately 14 months from now.
Great. Well, that was really positive.
So on
Thank
that,
you.
sure, I got to go vote.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of bringing us out of that tunnel just a little bit, and I'd like to ask both of you about this idea that the U.S. and Europe, I would say, but maybe more so the U.S., can walk and chew gum at the same time. So along with the message that we'll support Ukraine for as long as it takes, we've also dealt with some pretty significant other geopolitical firestorms. Just recently, as we've seen in the Middle East, there's a lot of conversation about China, about Taiwan. The name of this panel is Sustaining Transatlantic Support for Ukraine's Security. That means medium term, that means long term, in the midst of us dealing with all of these other global issues. Can we do it all? Is the support for Ukraine potentially going to be on the chopping block as we deal with more pressing global issues?
So the short answer is yes, and I feel we must. A great nation can rise to great challenges, and I think we have to do that now. We've talked a little bit about why supporting Ukraine is so important and how the outcome there is really going to dictate the terms for U.S. national security for the long term. Also, there's a compelling need to support Israel and to provide humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza and Israel at this time. We can do both and need to do both. And I think it's important also to keep a bit of perspective on what we're talking about here. When we look at our military assistance to Ukraine, it represents about 3.9% of our defense budget. When we look at it in terms of GDP, our defense assistance to Ukraine is about 0.33%, 1% of our GDP, which puts us well down the list of donor countries when compared to the percentage of GDP a lot of our European countries are giving. So we, of course, do have lots of other needs. We have domestic spending needs as well. But this is a bearable burden for the importance of what it provides for the United States and our security going forward.
Okay. And for the EU, that support is going to have to be maintained in the long term. And part of that, I think, too, is making sure that Ukraine's future is anchored in Western institutions like NATO and the EU. How, what is that realistic from where you're sitting in the French MFA?
It will be critical to be realistic and to be credible on that point, because what is at stake too is not only to militarily support Ukraine in the short and long term on the ground, but also to show that we are absolutely resolved in terms of getting Ukraine in the European family. That's why one of the most strategic, important decisions that we've made recently is by granting to Ukraine the candidate status for the EU. We have probably seen the most recent developments, which is that the European Commission has issued a report arguing in favor of opening the negotiation, because you know EU is something complex. So you decide that a country is a candidate, and then you decide to begin negotiating with him and so on. So we are really on the track of full membership for Ukraine into the EU, and it is something which is very important again, because it shows that we are absolutely convinced that Ukraine is part of the family and that we will do everything that it takes to protect it and to get it inside. That's why too we have a discussion about NATO, and we have made an important decision at the Vilnius summit regarding the fact that Ukraine won't need the membership action plan, which is an element in the accession to NATO. So yes, it is absolutely critical, because it is the way we can have an action of the long-term on the long-term calculus of our enemies vis-a-vis our resolve to protect and to defend Ukraine.
Okay. And before we turn to audience questions, which I'll do after this final question I ask, so kind of start to think about those, because I'm going to turn to the audience in a few minutes. I wanted to ask Benedicta about reconstruction. I mean, this is something that we've been talking about since almost the beginning. You know, sort of the key to Ukraine's future is in the EU, in NATO, among all these other political issues, is reconstructing the country. Are you sort of looking at that from your perch at the EU as of now, and do you see the EU sort of taking the lead on that portion of this ongoing conflict?
As I said before, we are looking at two, or I would say three main elements for supporting Ukraine in the future. One of them is the so-called Ukraine facility. So that's the ongoing support to Ukraine that the Commission does in the context of economic aid, financial aid. Of course, reconstruction is a really important part of that. The second one is the topic of enlargement that Guillaume just spoke about. And the third one, and that's the one that I concentrate on in my job, is the security and defense aspects. And of course, for reconstruction, it's very important that the whole field of security and defense is that we support Ukraine, but at the same time, of course, that Ukraine also does reforms that make sure that Ukraine has the armed forces and the structures, the security system that it needs to have in place to continue defending itself, but also to be a part of the communities that it wants to join. So what we are doing is we are in the work on the security side, providing the support framework basically in this field.
Thank you. So I'd like now to turn to our in-person audience. I think we have mic runners. So I think we have a question right here in the second row. So sir, I will go ahead and start with you. Let's make it, we only have 10 minutes, so let's please make it short and let's make it a question. Be much appreciated.
Yeah.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Rachel. Erwan Nagadek from the Atlantic Council and George Washington University. Any reactions to Anders Fogh Rasmussen seems to be of the view that extending Article 5 to Ukraine without the occupied oblasts and maybe a Wales declaration that we will never recognize the annexation of the oblast and Crimea would be a feasible mechanism to advance the discussion of Ukraine, NATO. Yeah, thanks.
Is that to anyone in particular? Does anyone want to tackle that one? This is like a standoff up here. Maybe
Sure,
I'll make both of you
I'll
answer.
take it first.
Sure,
yeah.
okay.
I'll take a first stab at it. I think the question of Ukrainian membership in NATO, obviously a live topic, and when it comes to Article 5, it's a complex topic, but in a way a simple one, because Article 5 is a pretty black and white issue. To the proposal to extend Article 5 only to the territory that Ukraine currently controls, I think, is also problematic because if there's a reversal, and it's kind of assuming that Ukraine is going to continue to, the war will move in one direction. If it moves back, suddenly you have an armed attack on NATO territory. Also, let's not forget that Russia is daily and nightly attacking Ukrainian territory that it controls, which under this plan would be covered by Article 5. So I think under that plan, you'd very quickly see NATO pulled into the conflict and the United States pulled into the conflict, and I think that's problematic part of this proposal.
Thank you. Guillaume or Benedicta, do you want to?
Pretty much on the same line. We think that in the short term, what is crucial is to show our resolve, and that's why it is really important to make it credible that we are working on an actual perspective, real perspective for Ukraine for joining NATO. Then the technicalities, because obviously it is a complex issue, it is too early to evoke them. And we do not know how this war will end, how a kind of negotiation maybe one time could occur, and so on. So it is too early. The only important message is Ukraine is deemed to join NATO.
Thank you. I think Leo has a question over here. Second row. Yeah.
Thank you. Leo Michel, also non-resident at the Atlantic Council. According to a Reuters report this morning, the Hungarian foreign minister has asked for a review of EU policy toward Ukraine. So this is for our two European representatives. Has Hungary been successful so far in actually blocking any EU decisions on Ukraine? Their prime minister obviously is not fond of the sanctions, or he is fond of meeting President Putin, as he did not long ago. And has Hungary, on the other hand, accepted any reimbursement from the European Peace Facility, possibly for older Soviet equipment that might have, in the early stages, been provided to Ukraine?
Thank you. I'll turn to Benedicta first, and then Guillaume. But then, again, if there's any students or interns here too, please raise your hands. We'd love to call on you. Benedicta, to you first.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think it's very important to see what the nature of the job of a representative from an organization like the EU is, and that is to forge consensus. We've been able to do a lot because we had a huge support from member states and unity and cohesion amongst member states. So that is basically, that's the baseline on which we have been progressing and doing so very, very successfully. Of course, there are often moments when one or several member states don't agree, and we have to forge a compromise. So it's really also about proceeding, and then to see do we need to fix the regulation, for example? Do we need to be more clear on something, or do we need to take on board a certain, for example, political development in a different way? So this is very much what we're doing on a daily basis. As the Secretary General said yesterday about Hungary, because you asked specifically what about Hungary, we don't have the feeling that Hungary is attempting to stop everything that we're doing in the context of our assistance to Ukraine. We now put a very important proposal on the table. The 50 billion are being discussed. We are discussing our continued military assistance. So far, we don't see that there's a major blockage. I'm sure you referred to specific problems that we have in terms of our military support, and it's not a secret, so I will not try to talk around it. Our support is basically implemented in what we call different packages. And yes, there is a blocking of the aid support package of the EU to Ukraine, but we are still working with Hungary to see what needs to be done to unblock this, and we are still hopeful that we will manage to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have about 5 minutes left, so we have a really quick question here. If there's one more question in the audience, please. Okay, for sure. Ma'am, just really, really quickly, and then I'll go over here too.
Very quickly, I have a question about, we have EU representatives, US representatives, about mechanism for reconstruction. I know
Use it different, yeah.
I have a question about how the agencies in the US and Europe are envisioning the reconstruction mechanism. I know the war will end eventually. So what would be the mechanism where like the coordination of efforts would happen? And I know some conversations already happened within the EU, within US, World Bank. So what that mechanism would be as we stand right now at this point in time?
Yeah. Great question. There's one more over here. I see you on the third row, second in from the far left from my side. Yeah. I'll put these two together and then go to each of our panelists just for final quick thoughts.
Thank you. My question would be also about cooperation, but it's more of the security force assistance side. So how does the EU and the US cooperate on security force assistance, specifically regarding the training mission or the military assistance mission in Ukraine? Because the EU has, let's say, a brief experience in security force assistance, and the US has a very extensive experience in security force assistance. So how the US and the EU works together specifically on helping training Ukrainian soldiers through the EU training mission.
Okay. Guillaume, I might start with you, and then Benedicta, and then I'll ask Doug for your final thoughts. So,
yeah,
please.
Thank you. Maybe on the military side, which is more at the core of my business, we are quite good coordinating tools, including the UDCG launch and very efficiently chaired by the United States, with more than 50 countries around the table to coordinate our efforts in terms of defining the Ukrainian military needs, defining together the future force model of Ukraine, and coordinating our efforts, be it in terms of training Ukrainian forces or delivering military equipment. So I think that we are closely coordinating. Obviously, we can do more. I think that we have a US-EU defense dialogue too, and we have discussion within NATO. So all in all, I think that we are quite good, well coordinated on that side.
Thank you. Benedicta, to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Guillaume outlined some of what we're doing already. I said at the beginning that the UDCG is very important for us because there we coordinate what equipment Ukraine needs, but also what training they have, and that's exactly how we build our structure. So everything that the EU does is very much tailored to the requirements and the needs of Ukraine, and of course these are being discussed always with US and so we are all, I would say, in one big group on this. But it's very important to look also at the individual processes. For example, NATO, only last week, we had coordination talks on Ukraine with NATO. We are sometimes doing that in a more specific format, but we are also coordinating almost, I would say, on a daily basis on the overall efforts, but also on very specific efforts. It can be training, it can be equipment, it can also be aspects like, for example, cyber, hybrid threats, etc., etc. So there's a very close dialogue. And the same with the US. I think, there were so many different lessons that we learned from the war, and what we learned, if I now look at, for example, EU and US, but of course also EU and NATO, is what we are capable of and how much we can achieve if we work closely together. And I want to add one more aspect, which was mentioned several times. I think that Europe, I think Guillaume said it, it's about taking responsibility for our security here in Europe. And I think that there's been a real awakening by European countries, both member states and NATO allies. We speak a lot about Zeitenwende, and I think that now what HRVP Borrell called the sleeping beauty is wide awake. We know very well that we need to contribute more, be it in terms of budget, so the money we spend, but also the question how we spend the money. Also the question, what kind of industry do we need in order to produce the capabilities that we need for European and transatlantic defense. And there is also a great example where EU and NATO fit together, because NATO has many issues. If you look at NATO allies and the question of fulfilling capability targets, readiness goals, etc. And this is where EU solutions might also help. And we can work very closely together. And the EU has now put on the table in the last few years, but especially in the last 21 months roughly, many solutions, many programs that help feed into the whole cycle that we have to ensure security in Europe and also in the transatlantic context, of course.
Thank you. Doug, final thoughts?
I guess my final thought was just as we talk about coordination and cooperation, I mean, transatlantic unity and cooperation is the big success story in the response to Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And for someone who calculated that this would not only achieve his territorial gains, it would also split the alliance, he horribly miscalculated, and we see a NATO that's stronger, more united, and larger than ever. And that's been reflected in the security front. I think Guillaume is right. The coordination on that front is a real success story and a model, and we've been able to play on each other's strengths in contributing where we're each most capable. And just briefly on your question about economic recovery, we are focused on this. It's critical when we talk about, as we have been in this panel, about sustaining support for Ukraine. A big part of that answer is that Ukraine economy needs to recover so it can, we don't have to pay for everything, that they are able to themselves carry more of this burden going forward. And so I think that's a critical part of it. It's hard to do during a war, but they have stabilized their economy and they're making progress, and we'll continue to support them in that.
Thank you. It's a great note to end on. Please join me in thanking our panelists for this wonderful conversation. We have a 10-minute coffee break, so please join us outside in the reception area, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
do.
I think it was competing with Iraq at the time for like the longest technocratic government.
Like 1.5 years or something.
They've mostly made their way in.
Some uniforms.
Yeah.
Are we ready? I think
We're ready.
Okay. All right, we're gonna have a voice of God introduce you. Hey guys.
Jennifer Counter to moderate a conversation on transatlantic security and the risks of the future. We kindly ask that you silence your cell phones.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us on this talk this morning about transatlantic security and the risks of the future. My name is Jen Counter. I am with the Scowcroft Center's Forward Defense Program, and I'm joined today by Ilkka Salmi, the EU Counterterrorism Coordinator at the European Council. He took this role in September of 2021, and prior to this was the Director of the Disaster Preparedness and Prevention Directorate at the European Commission. A native of Finland, Mr. Salmi was Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Interior from 2018 to 2020, and the Director of the Finnish Security Service from 2007 until 2011. Also with me is Dr. Trent Mall, the Associate Deputy Director of National Intelligence with a focus on mission integration. He is with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the ODNI. He assumed this role recently in October and leads elements of the intel community's integration to include the President's Daily Brief, the National Intelligence Council, the NIC, the National Intelligence Managers, Mission Integration Performance and Assessment arms of the intelligence community, and has had a wide range of roles in DIA as well as the DoD, and I'm thrilled to have them with me today. So we have a lot to cover, as you can imagine. This is a very broad topic. So, gentlemen, we'll start with some current events. Most recently, the 7th of October attack by Hamas in Israel brought Hamas back to the forefront, an organization we had sort of not forgotten about, but it's sort of assumed was quiet. What threat does Hamas, or those inspired by Hamas, pose to the EU and the U.S. today? And do you think that this threat will increase as the war in Gaza continues in the coming weeks and months? Dr. Salmi, can I start with you? Oh, Mr. Salmi, can I start with you?
Thank you. So good morning, first of all. Indeed, I mean, the events, what we have seen in the Middle East are what I would say uncomfortable, very concerning in many ways. But if I would take this up from the EU's internal security point of view, it is very obvious that we are concerned about the potential, not so much about the direct or not even an indirect activities by Hamas. I mean, they have traditionally never operated actually on the European soil. But our concern is the potential radicalization among many of be it the Muslim communities, but also other groups within Europe, which could actually then ignite sort of an inspired attack, terrorist attack also in Europe. And if you look into some of the very recent incidents that we have had, one in Arras in France and the other one in Brussels not that long time ago, even if it's too early to say that there was a direct link with the events in the Middle East, at least we could to see that some of the elements were definitely there, and that's sort of has heightened the terrorism threat in Europe for the time being.
Great. And Dr. Mall, how about in the U.S.?
So I think in the U.S., I think there's a couple things we need to think about. Certainly those that are connected to Hamas and connected to Iran by extension with that pose a direct threat to U.S. and Western interests in that region, right? So right now we're actually seeing a lot of concerning activity in Iraq, from Syria, from Lebanon, and as well as from Yemen. And A lot of it is directed particularly at Israel, but some of it is directed against U.S. bases in the case of Iraq and Syria, and these are things that we have to worry about. I think the other thing that you need to keep in mind is just simply the fact that this has triggered a lot of concerns among groups that will seize upon some of the grievances. In other words, it is fomenting a lot of hatred as a result of this. So even if it's not connected to Hamas directly, some of the racial and ethnically motivated extremists, you're going to see an uptick in that activity, and we're already seeing that concerning activity here in the U.S. and certainly in Europe as well.
Gentlemen, do you think that other groups, perhaps inspired by Hamas, or sort of traditional groups like Al-Qaeda or Hezbollah, do you anticipate that those groups will become more active or become more inspired to take action as a result of Hamas's, they would say victory in terms of their attack on the 7th of October?
Would you like to go first?
Sure. We have already seen Al-Qaeda and Daesh actually taking a sort of a position and coming up with their propaganda, their messaging, targeting the Jewish targets, Jewish interests, basically globally. And I think that will have definitely an impact, and it shows that, even if they don't necessarily agree with Hamas on many issues, the end state, in a way, targeting the Jewish targets is definitely there, and that will have an impact.
Yeah, and I agree. So this is just to the point I was making, as well as some of those other Iran-affiliated groups, whether they be militia groups or what we consider terrorist activities from these groups. You're really seeing them seize this moment, and that's the thing that I think we all need to be concerned about, is just the expanding effects of just what happened on October 7th, but also what is happening as Israel continues with its operations in the reaction to that. So there has been a magnifying effect by a lot of terrorist actors.
And actually, I think also what was already mentioned, the question of the REMV, as it's called in the US, or the violent right-wing extremism in Europe. I think some of those organizations, some of those actors might be now looking also an opportunity to use this as a sort of an excuse again to come up with more active role.
Let's pull on that a bit. So, as ISIS sort of decreased in the late teens, right-wing extremism became more and more of a topic in the US and in Europe. How do you see these right-wing extremist groups and left-wing extremist groups mobilizing, becoming more of a problem, posing more of a threat in the coming months and years?
If I would kick off with the EU again, I would say that still jihadism is the main threat that we face in Europe. Having said that, especially in some of the EU member states, like Germany and some of the Nordic countries, we do see actually a great increase in the threat level coming from the violent right-wing extremism, mainly. Not so much from what we would call the violent left-wing extremism, but nevertheless, so this has changed significantly, and is definitely a concern to many of us in Europe. And of course, one of the things that we do see is also the contacts that those actors have with transatlantic relations and sort of globally on internet and what have you. So that's definitely an issue.
And what would be the process from the EU perspective to designate some of these groups as formal terrorist organizations?
Well, first of all, thank you for asking, because this is one of the, let's say, the top priorities that I have had on my agenda for last year at least, is to look into a possibility to designate a violent right-wing extremist group or right-wing terrorist group as such. There are issues. First of all, of course, do we have organizations that could be designated? It's, as we all know, often a number of individuals or small cells, small groups. Having said that, what we would need to do at the EU level would that one of the EU member states would need to come up with a proposal to designate, and in order to do that, they would need a conviction from a national court so that it would be put on the EU's agenda, and then we would need unanimity to do that. We haven't seen that. We are not that far yet, but we are definitely exploring some of the options that we have.
Okay. So that's not a quick, easy process, is
definitely
what it boils
not.
down to.
Definitely.
Okay. How about in the U.S.? How is the sort of national security community looking at political extremism, imported or shared across the Atlantic or really homegrown?
And I think, so we're tapping on something that's absolutely vital, which is the interconnectivity of a lot of these actors now. So previously, some of these things were sort of organized and localized, right? And whether you go on the sort of the far left and you think about some of the old communist-inspired terrorism groups, you know, in Italy and in Turkey and in Germany, and the reality is now, whether it's far left, far right, the internet has been able to bring these folks together and just the connectivity. So you really do see a transfer of tactics, of, you know, objectives, of, you know, even considerations of target consideration and that happening among these folks, and very, very concerning stuff. So obviously it's something that you know, our entities are working very closely on the law enforcement side. So the FBI and Homeland Security are certainly working very closely with EU, with Europol, with Interpol, and also the member organizations and their law enforcement elements. And then, you know, it doesn't end there, right? Looking at the conversations among the militaries, making sure that those with military links and that who have access to some of the weapons and the explosives, making sure that a close eye is being kept on them as well.
Great, thanks, gentlemen. As questions pop to mind, both here in the audience and at home, feel free to drop questions into askac.org, and we'll get to those as we're sort of moving forward with the conversation. Switching gears just a little bit. European governments, as well as the U.S., have moved focus away from terrorism in recent years and towards sort of great power competition with Russia, with China, with other strategic competitors. Do you anticipate that governments will have to reallocate some limited resources towards terrorism, to include surveillance, you know, intelligence collection, counterterrorism operations in the near future?
So this is the great balancing act we're in right now. And unfortunately, the terrorism issues never went away. I think to a certain degree in certain areas, we have them I won't say under control. I don't think there's such a thing, but you have certain things in check. And you're actively monitoring and keeping a beat on that with counterparts and so on and so forth. But these other threats and concerns are real, and never have I seen such a complex global security environment than the one that we're at right now. And the knock-on effects from October 7th are truly concerning in this regard as well. Obviously, with events in the Middle East, but you know, even Iran is now globally connected to Russia, and so things that can happen in one area certainly can transcend boundaries and go in different directions. This is a long way of saying that we have to watch all of it, and we have to be able to allocate resources to keep on top of this. I think the biggest thing that you have to see in the terrorism fight, this is probably the difference for the U.S. as to how they largely conducted counterterrorism activities, at least in the first decade post 9/11, but certainly over those main 20 years, was that there was an idea of largely doing it by themselves, mostly around the globe. You could see in this last decade more of a transition to doing it, you know, by, with, and through partners, and you're going to see a greater need in doing that with our counterparts, like our friends, you know, at the EU and those member organizations.
I just couldn't agree more with Trent. This is exactly the situation. But just as a small anecdote, when I took this office 2.5 years ago, actually one of the first questions that I got from many, also from the, you know, our political masters, was that, well, you know, how are you going to make sure that the CT, or, you know, countering terrorism will be on the agenda of the political decision makers and what have you, and how do we allocate the resources to that? Since then, I have to say that I've been, unfortunately, I have to say, quite comfortable that it's on the agenda constantly. I mean, if I look into the meetings of the Justice and Home Affairs ministers within the EU structures, for example, I think we have discussed terrorism-related issues pretty much on every single meeting until since then, and definitely now again that's the case. And I do believe that this will be also reflected, of course, in the member states, EU member states who do have the operational responsibility of countering terrorism. But again, as Trent said, I mean, these other issues won't go away, and unfortunately new ones will pop up again. So this is definitely a very, very challenging issue, and I think that many member states do also reflect on how to allocate or reallocate their budgets in order to address the security questions and defense issues in more general.
And how do you think coordination between the U.S. and EU has been on this, specifically terrorism, but then just more broadly on some of these sort of geostrategic issues? Has it been positive and productive, or is there room for improvement?
I'll let you go first.
I would say it's been very positive. I mean, then again, from my office's point of view, we do look into the strategies, the policies, and what have you. Not so much about the concrete operational cooperation, but I'm absolutely convinced that as we are doing quite well in our sector, and I don't know for sure also from my background that the cooperation on the operational level is functioning very well, and probably there's always room for improvement, and there are of course different, legislative frameworks that we have to deal with, which sometimes is a bit of a hurdle. But all in all, of course, I don't think that the U.S. could do without the EU and the other way around. So I mean, in this respect.
And that was in the National Security Memorandum 13 that came out not all that long ago under this administration, made it clear that we will work with these partners to do so, identified European Union in particular, and those member countries that belong to it. We don't believe that unilateral operations within these countries' borders are something that's the domain of the United States. That being said, obviously we want to use everything that we can bring from the intelligence power that we can bring to the fight, and make sure that we work with our European partners in doing so.
And if I may just, like yesterday, and I know that my colleague from the Commission, Ms. Monique Paria, was here yesterday, mentioning a few words about the Justice and Home Affairs ministerial meeting between the EU and the US that took place on yesterday. I think that's, again, a very clear signal that at the very highest level there is a well-functioning cooperation and discussion and dialogue on these issues.
Very good. Thanks, Jonathan. And, to sort of focus on a growing problem, and one that I think is getting a lot more airtime than it has in the past, terrorist propaganda and sort of adversary propaganda is arguably growing with the accessibility of social media, generative AI tools, other means to put out a ton of content in very short amounts of time that can be impactful. Do you see these social media posts and influence campaigns and the like being impactful at recruiting a new generation of terrorists, right? Sort of not our grandfathers Al-Qaeda, but like the teens and early 20-somethings of today that maybe weren't alive during 9/11. Do you see a role of influence in inspiring that next generation?
Sure, I'll take it. And I'd love to hear what you have to say on this, because I'm sure this is something that you're wrestling with quite a bit as well. Absolutely. The proliferation and the leverage of social media has sustained the momentum of a lot of the global jihadist movement, if I could throw a big sort of umbrella term over it. And that is one of the things that we have to combat in the information environment. I don't know if we have been as good as we wanted to, certainly during those, those key, 2 decades following 9/11. I think it's going to become absolutely critical. I think there are some shining points in the community that actually stand out for some of their counter messaging. And I think some of the governments actually need to gravitate into those areas and invest in some of those resources, because when you have sustainment like this, the problem is no matter how much we try to take folks off the battlefield, to use probably a crude expression, more keep coming. And if you aren't addressing those aspects of that, you're missing the holistic picture.
And I couldn't emphasize enough the importance to look into the online radicalization aspects and what have you. And I know that we in Europe, we have taken a slightly different stance from US, how to look into this, also from the legislative point of view. We are definitely very concerned what we would call, let's say, the foreign information manipulation and interference in many ways. And of course, one of the things is also the dialogue that we have with the tech companies. We have the EU Internet Forum where we discuss these issues, how to look into the proliferation of mis and disinformation and terrorist content online. We also have some new pieces of legislation in the EU, the first one being the terrorist content online regulation, which is actually a tool where the member states could contact through Europol actually to the big tech companies to point out that there are some content online that should be taken down, terrorist-related content. Secondly, we have what we call the Digital Services Act, which is a new piece of legislation also where the EU legislators would have a right to look also into the algorithms of some of the big tech companies and also ask if they do see mis and disinformation on these platforms. The first, it's a very new piece of legislation and actually it's still to be seen how that will be implemented and what will be the outcome and the results thereof. But it's definitely a huge, huge issue.
And speaking of sort of technologies, sort of a little bit of a tangent from social media and sort of new means of disseminating information, but how about terrorist funding using crypto and other means that make it very difficult for governments to track the movement of money from, supporters to, fighters on the front lines? Any thoughts around the role of crypto?
Sure. Yeah, for sure. And then again, I do think that it's already been for years that different organizations, be it Interpol, be it Europol, be it the FATF, have been looking into this very issue. How to tackle this sort of a new disruptive technologies and also cryptocurrencies. What you say, definitely a difficult issue, but then again something which has been already, as I mentioned, already been addressed at least to an extent. I do feel that we get the same issues with all the new technologies. How do we, for example, the access to data, how would that work? Then encrypted messaging, what have you. So it's across the board.
From an intelligence side, I think you could expect that we see opportunity with technology as well. So even though challenges are posed, it is a challenge that we readily accept, and we try to figure out how to use it to actually find new avenues of illuminating some of the actors and some of the activity. Crypto has made it difficult. I won't give away exactly how much more difficult, but it is something that we actively lean into. I would also just say to the previous question, along the technologic side, intelligence services have increasingly over this time been using technology for collection opportunity. But you have seen, and this is what you saw done exceptionally well, was with with Russia's planned full-scale invasion of Ukraine, using collection to actually compete in the information environment. And that was a big step for the United States to actually declassify information and compete in that environment. So, don't think of the intelligence services as just leveraging technology for collection opportunities. It's always going to be there. But when you do have information that you can find that you can really leverage communities, even in the radicalization area, where you can actually counter the messaging, that's a space that we're going to continue to increase in.
Great, thanks, gentlemen. We have just a couple of minutes left. I was curious if there are any questions from the audience. Yes. Just wait on a microphone to make its way up to you. Yep. We'll get you next.
Thank you so much. My name is Uliana. I'm a journalist from Ukraine, and actually I had a question about using AI in fake news. Recently I read the news when the Russian propaganda use AI producing fake news, like producing fake broadcaster who tell us whatever they need. And I would like to know, how can we prevent that kind of content using in social media, in media at all? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And can we have a microphone make its way up to here so we can get another one in as the gents answer that question around Ukraine?
Very good. if I would kick off with that just very quickly, I do see that this sort of a deep fake type of an activities do go on, and actually the External Action Service on the EU side is looking into the sort of mis and disinformation which is also spread, and look into this sort of operations, if I may would call it that way, and how to counter that, and also coming up with a sort of a counter narrative. It's not easy for sure, but then again, at least we try to look into it and also spread the information that this sort of activities do take place, and they could have certain elements involved.
Yeah, and the challenge is the speed with which it's happening, and trying to get in front of it. We have done things on the intelligence side, making sure that we can try to find where it seems to be a continuing stream, actually working with partners in industry to figure out, just how to mitigate just the consequences and try to prevent it continuing to be spread.
Very good. And then one final question from here in the front.
Okay, my name is Haben Terla. I'm a former policy officer at the Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union Commission, and currently a student at the Harvard University. From the historical perspective, since 1949 up to 1989, there was one defined threat and challenge to the NATO. And after 2 decades, we have seen the NATO has faced a serious challenge. And my question would be, what role do we see for the transatlantic alliances in the new landscape of the global competition? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. John's will end on that one, which is a big question.
I'll give Trent a go. Finland just joined the NATO very recently, so I think someone with more experience on that would.
Okay, so I want to make sure, where does terrorism fit in the global strategic competition? I think to my earlier answer, it has to be something that we cannot let up on. And that is something that I think October 7th reminds us of. And the consequences, it wasn't all that long ago I talked to Bruce Hoffman, the eminent scholar on terrorism, and he reminded me, and this was prior to October 7th, he reminded me that it was a terrorist act that actually kicked off the Great War that led to a lot of the conflict that we saw on the European continent and just globally over the last century. And it's one of these things that we can't see these things isolated. These things do have connections, and we have to be able to spread our coverage in these areas. I think the things that, we cannot let up on some of the great strategic competitors that we're after right now. I will tell you that Russia has already basically created a significant challenge to the global rules-based order, and I believe China is actually, challenging a lot of the values and a lot of the institutions that we've looked to. But I do really believe, for all the reasons I was talking about, if you look at what happened, and if you look at that Washington Post article recently that talked about Hamas planned on starting a larger regional war, you see the possibilities that can spread from that. You can see the possible, knock-on effects from that. And that's the thing that I think we really take away from what just happened.
Very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all, everyone, for joining us. For those at home, stay tuned for our next session in about 8 minutes. Those in person, time for some coffee. Thanks all.
Well, good morning. It is still morning, and thank you for joining us here today for a conversation about many things, COP28, galvanizing the global community for action and climate change. I am Landon Darrence. I'm the Senior Director of the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council, and I'm really excited to moderate a panel today to be joined by Tony Agatha, who's the EU Special Envoy for Climate and Environment, and with Sue Binyaz. Crossed paths many times, but we've never actually been on a stage together. Sue is Deputy Special Envoy for Climate at the U.S. Department of State. It's no secret that global headlines have been incredibly intense, not just recently, since the break of COVID, coming into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and currently with the conflict in Israel with Hamas and the instability that brings to a region that's very vital for global energy affairs, very vital for many, many issues. But climate change is an enduring challenge that will proceed and continue on past the headlines of today if we do not take action. And we're on the cusp of a unique opportunity in the context of COP28 in Dubai, another COP, the 28th Conference of Parties, to continue to galvanize the global community for change. So really excited to have this conversation today and break down how the U.S. and EU are prime examples of the type of collaboration in the transatlantic partnership that can be highlighted and brought to bear for change and opportunities in the context of the climate crisis and obviously very much more. Before we dive in, it's my duty to ask and remind that this conversation will be live streamed on YouTube, Twitter, and ACTV. If you'd like to ask a question, please visit askac.org. And if you're a person in live audience, we have microphones, but I can tell you by personal experience, askac.org is certainly the easiest path forward. All right, let's dive in. Tony, I want to start with you. And let's just begin with what's imminent. With 2 weeks out, COP28 has the possibility of playing a formative role in bringing together global leaders to discuss climate action, progress in the energy transition. What are the main issues that the EU will focus on in this COP, and what are your main priorities and ideal outcomes that you're expecting from the conference?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here, and I think I should start off with the world's ripping at its seams that how important the transatlantic relationship is. You know, Americans and Europeans, relatives by history, friends by choice, means it's active, and we need to continue to work even if where we disagree, and I wanted to make that point first. Second of all, COP, the way we're looking at it is, so with the experience of Sharm last year, where there was a concerted effort to have focus on loss and damage and a fund, and where we arguably barely held the line on Glasgow. We were going in hoping to get Glasgow plus. It almost turned out Glasgow minus, and when I say this, I mean on mitigation. Because there's no dollar or euro in the world enough to redress the loss and damage that will happen even if we stick, even if 1.5 stays alive. So we need to keep that in mind. So when we go in this time, and we are now, hoping that the recommendations of the 5th Transitional Committee, all this jargon, but this 5th Transitional Committee that came up with a loss and damage setup, we would hope that this, it has all kinds of pros and cons, but we hope that this will be adopted by the COP. And then we would like to have that adopted, but in the context of a strong mitigation outcome. And as you know, the US and the EU and COP presidency and others have initiated a global energy pledge, which means tripling renewable energy, doubling energy efficiency, and we want to link that also to some kind of phase out, phase down, close the book on fossil fuels, unabated fossil fuels. So in a nutshell, this is what we would ideally like to see. There's a whole lot more to say, but
the EU is known to have a very strong stance in incorporating ambition into the formal negotiations. Do you feel that there's momentum in the actual? I think of the You have the action agenda, the off-script kind of events, but you have the formal UNFCCC process. Are you feeling that you're able to galvanize the change that you're hoping for there?
Well, comparing, I mean, Sue has been at this much longer than I, so I think it's a better question for her to compare, but I'm comparing Madrid, Glasgow, Sharm, and now. I think the international scene is more complicated, so I'm not holding my breath. The outcome of the global stocktake, which basically has to calculate how all the numbers add up, the national determined contributions, so how much all countries will decrease their emissions, that outcome is probably not going to immediately say we're still on the path of 1.5. And to get others to also focus on that is not easy because there are legitimate concerns of very vulnerable countries who say, that's all nice and well. We were not part of this problem. You created it. Now we need to make this transition, but we don't have the means to do so. So it's going to be complicated, but I think we're going in with professional optimism that we have to get it done. And when you say the EU is full of ambition, I'd like to say the same of the U.S. as well. I know that the U.S. always comes to the table with the same focus also on mitigation.
Well, Sue, that's an easy tee up. I think that building on your experience, I mean, Tony reflects on the fact that you've been at this and been a part of these conversations for some time. What's the U.S. government's priorities and ideal outcomes from this COP?
Well, thanks for that question and the tee up, and for inviting us here. So there are two COPs, right? There's the formal COP, small c maybe, the body of parties to the Paris Agreement that takes decisions, and then there's what I call the Greater Metropolitan COP, where we have events and announcements and initiatives that might consist of subsets of parties and stakeholders, et cetera. So I would say the theme, though, would be keeping 1.5 alive. Also, of course, adaptation, loss and damage finance. We can get into that in a minute. But the overriding, I guess, objective is the temperature goal, and using both the negotiated outcomes, principally the global stocktake, and the side initiatives to promote that objective. I mean, one thing to make clear is, we have been involved in several initiatives of our own, and we have joined several of the, UAE initiatives, of which there are about 1,000 at this point. But they are not they are important, and they help reduce emissions. They're not a substitute for what I think of as the main course, and not the side dishes of the global stocktake. So anyway, so 1.5 is the overarching objective, but then if you go into the kind of the detail of the negotiated outcomes, we've got three things. We've got the loss and damage outcome, which Tony already mentioned. Mm-hmm. We had hoped, together with the EU, that this transitional committee, this group of kind of a subset of parties, would be able to reach agreement so that it was kind of done over and there'd be more time to focus on other things at the COP. And I think that's exactly what happened. So that's good. And so that will be adopted as a decision. I've not heard of anyone who's seeking to reopen that decision, so that's kind of a positive. Then you've got the global stocktake, which my sense is it's a little bit behind schedule. It's incredibly important. It's the first time the parties to the Paris Agreement are reviewing themselves. Really important to get it right as a precedent and to send the right signals and to show that the parties are, up to the task, as we say, of doing a good job of honestly showing where have we done well, where are we still off track, and what do we need to do, almost in those that three-part harmony. So that will require lots of time and effort because it's kind of nowhere. There's no draft. I mean, I don't really remember a situation in the past where we're going into, 2 weeks into a COP and, people will ask, where is the text? And it's like, there is none. Okay, and what is the process for developing that text? Not entirely clear. So I think that'll be, really challenging on top of the fact that we have very different views with a lot of countries on kind of where we are and who should do what. The global stocktake does not point fingers. It's a collective review of progress, and it also doesn't point fingers in the future direction. It doesn't say, therefore, X country should do whatever, but it does, it should be showing, and I think we have very much a similar view to the EU on this, it should be saying, in general terms, what needs to happen, let's say on the energy transition in terms of fossil fuels, non-CO2 gases, deforestation, et cetera, without saying, your contribution needs to be whatever. And just the third thing is the global goal and adaptation. That's the third negotiated outcome. The reason for it is that the Paris Agreement is pretty general on adaptation as opposed to mitigation, where it's got a very quantitative temperature goal.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is to elaborate, be more specific about that goal. So that's kind of the third thing where we're looking for a positive outcome.
So just a finer point on the global stock take, being behind on this is not necessarily the self-reflection. We know that we're like the global goals and where we're headed is insufficient. The action to date, the commitments made, and the progress towards that is maybe falling a little bit short. It's really the subsequent work, which is how do you fix that gap? Is that a fair assessment?
Well, when I said behind, I actually meant in terms of process.
Okay.
But it's also true that we're behind on the substance. I think a view of many countries, including ours, would be the Paris Agreement is working. It's just not working fast enough, and we need to accelerate. And some people talk about it as like course correction, which might be a little bit misleading because that suggests we were doing the wrong thing and now we have to start doing the right thing. I think we are doing the right thing, but not fast enough as a world. So yes, I agree. I think the world, it is going to be a lot easier to say what the gaps are than to say what needs to be done about them, because some countries will say, like, we don't want to say that that's what needs to be done unless the finance section says that there will be enough money to do that thing, because we don't want to raise an expectation, or some might want to say we don't want the mitigation section to be incredibly detailed unless the adaptation section is equally detailed. So there are going to be all these sort of balance issues and issues of emphasis.
This is ultimately the EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum, and I think, Tony, you talked about I'm going to tie this together. Let's see how I do it, right? You ready for this one? So you talk a lot about the transatlantic partnership, and I want to put the transatlantic partnership and the collaboration you have together in a theme here. The current defense establishment runs principally on fossil energy. It's a very dependent fossil forward force. And I think, obviously that's changing with time. Tony, you just came from the Pentagon. But this COP is in the Middle East. It is being run by a COP28 president designate who has many hats. He did start a renewable energy company. He has sponsored other avenues for clean energy deployment in the region and in the country, but he's also the CEO of their national oil company. You cannot go to Dubai and not think about fossil energy. And so something that is so central to global security today, how do you tackle that as a transatlantic community, and how do we address that in the context of climate conversations like those that are going to happen in Dubai in a few weeks?
Well, that's a very pertinent question, and I think the war, the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine, put everything into new perspective. We as the EU were way too dependent, coming from this idea that you source everything in the world. We could calculate behind the comma what we needed, where we needed it from, when to get it to come to our Fit for 55. And then suddenly the war happened. We had COVID, so the supply chains changed, and there are geopolitical reasons. I think I'd like to say, so while we're staying the course on our net zero, we changed our trajectory a bit. We imported a lot of LNG, primarily also from the U.S. We filled up our gas supplies up to 98% today. We had a mild winter, so we're okay. We reduced our dependence on Russian gas. We used to have 155 BCM. We're now down to 40 to 45 BCM, and that's only going to, so that's out of the equation. But the fossil fuels will be here to stay for quite some while. I think everyone understands it. The dilemma is whether we are going to lock ourselves in by saying this and eking out the last drop of oil out of every well under the guise of carbon capture, because unfortunately that's also used just to get more oil, whereas the bottom line is we need to reduce. And if you look at the uptake of renewables in the U.S. under the IRA, in the EU, where we've really increased our solar photovoltaic, our solar last year, and our wind, we're really increased. We're at 39% renewables. We are going to 42.5, hopefully 45 in 2030. China, the recent report came out that it's going to have, I think this year or next year, 210 gigawatt solar, 70 gigawatt wind, 7 gigawatt hydro, 3 gigawatt nuclear, and despite its coal, might even see emissions going down. So I think I mean, they do good things and bad things, but overall, we're going that way. And we just need the markets to internalize that and go there. But unfortunately, there are market forces and political forces out there who have vested interest and say, no, we're going to do it until the last drop. And frankly speaking, we cannot afford it. On Dr. Sultan, I think so far, and Sue, you can correct me, but I think from the beginning, Spec Carey and my former boss, Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans, has built him up and said, we trust you. If anyone can deliver it, it's you, and squarely put that responsibility on his shoulders. And if you look at his speeches over the year, I think he says exactly the right things. But of course, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. We'll have to see how we can get to there. But fossil fuels has to be on the table one way or another, I think.
Sue, you're welcome to comment about the fossil energy, but I also want to think about the other goals of the COP as well, which include 3x renewable energy deployment in the developing world, 2x energy efficiency, and those are just the mitigation components of the COP28 action agenda, if you will. None of that can happen without accounting for the global communities that don't have access and the finance that we need to galvanize, the transatlantic community needs to galvanize for the global south, which obviously took on a lot of precedence at COP27. What are your thoughts in terms of how to use the transatlantic partnership in that capacity as well?
Well, first, I just agree with Tony. In fact, we use the exact same expression as you just used with respect to the UAE presidency, where we have been supportive. We didn't pick the UAE. The region picks the host country, and we don't pick the actual president himself or herself. But we've said, maybe it's counterintuitive, and maybe someone who is running an oil company will be best positioned to get the oil companies to do more, in contrast to maybe some other kind of country or president. But Secretary Kerry said the exact same thing. The proof will be in the pudding. So we reserve judgment until we see what the outcome is. Meanwhile, we're obviously pushing for a good outcome on the issue of fossil fuel and coal. Speaking of coal, I would just say we do support the 3x, kind of 2x initiative of the EU, 3x on renewables, 2x on energy efficiency. But we were careful and thought it was important to slip into that declaration or initiative something about ending permitting of unabated coal, because we don't want that to be sort of forgotten in the mix. Now, you ask about developing countries. I think there are a number of pieces of the COP that relate to support for developing countries. One is, of course, the loss and damage outcome. That's when, you haven't mitigated enough or you haven't adapted enough. The residual will be loss and damage, so that takes care of that. In terms of mitigation and adaptation, I think the developed countries are on track to meet the $100 billion mobilization goal this year, which is, it's good news. Of course, against the backdrop of being late, which we all fully admit and regret, but the donors are on track to meet it this year. So I think that will be welcome news at this COP. Other things that are happening in sort of the support world, we've brought to the table, and this is part of the Greater Metropolitan COP, the Energy Transition Accelerator is one of Secretary Kerry's initiatives, which is intended to both generate finance and reduce emissions. So, the idea is to create a crediting mechanism as part of the voluntary carbon market for the move away from coal toward renewable energy, at the same time allow the private sector to buy credits and use them in a very kind of narrow sense, full of environmental integrity. So that's another thing. And of course, also on the there are a lot of things that happened this year that are not directly COP related, but I think will help with the COP, maybe the mood music, to put it that way, with respect to the COP, and that's MDB reform, the efforts this year to unlock additional climate finance. Everybody agrees that there's not enough climate finance. We need to shift. Having said that we're on track to meet the 100 billion, we actually, along with the EU, do try to say, but that is not going to get us to 1.5 or to sufficient adaptation, and we need to be talking about the trillions and how do you unlock the trillions. There's a sort of, we sometimes call it the forgotten long-term goal of the Paris Agreement. One of us is the temperature goal, one is the adaptation goal. The third one is making finance flows in the world consistent with those other two goals. And there has been not enough attention paid to that goal. It's something that we together are trying to highlight in the global stocktake, trying to get a so-called agenda item passed, which sounds kind of dopey and everything, but it's actually really important because it's the way issues get on the table at the COP. There's been resistance to it from some quarters, but that's another area where we are like-minded.
Well, it's certainly an area of interest from the audience as well, and those that are submitting questions to askac.org. Tony, they're thematically thinking about some of these financial mechanisms. So it's the 100 billion. I have a question from Adam here about financing loss and damage, and even a question about where's the future of the Green Climate Fund heading. Do you think that is also an avenue for collaboration with the U.S., or is this an independent track for how EU pursues the policy?
Well, in general, I think anytime we can find each other, we should work, because there's a critical mass that you cannot ignore. So I think that goes almost without saying. Not a lot more.
Yeah. Do you have high expectations for the maturity of the loss and damage discussion, or?
Well, as Sue said, I mean, I'm hopeful that it will not be open, because if you open something that took 10 months to negotiate, it's a can of worms. And that will take so much attention and energy away from the COP, it could also spoil it. And I don't think we can use that. So I have high hopes, but of course, idealist without illusions. Let's go through the motions.
So let's talk about another element of finance then, and the conversation of economic cooperation and competition. I think the first phase of the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism, or CBAM, is now in effect. How can the EU and the U.S. Work together to raise global climate policy ambitions without compromising a competitive stance between the two countries or the two regions?
That's a question to me.
Yeah, please. That's what it tells me in my notes.
Any country in the world that goes through a green transition will have to deal with the issue of carbon leakage. If you invest in your own industry to green it, there's a risk that if you don't do anything, either they will go to places where they can produce dirty and you lose, and you don't help the climate. So we've been very meticulous, and it's also good to understand where we come from. So when I was still at the Commission, the European Commission is a very legalistic organization, and we designed our carbon border adjustment mechanism in such a way that it would be fully compatible with the WTO. So questions about exemptions, which were there, like shouldn't we, what about our best partners? What about the most vulnerable countries? But ultimately, the bottom line was we have to make sure that it's watertight. And the way we deploy it is that the first 2 years we don't incur any costs, and then we have a phase-in of a number of years where, by and large, we start to incur, but only parts of that. And so we hope also that through consultations, companies and countries will get used to it. I think I just described it to someone. It's almost like we work in centimeters and you work in inches. So if we build a ship together, we run into issues. We have a carbon pricing system, which is the backbone of our decarbonization. It is super successful. It wasn't successful in the beginning. Price was too low. We had too many allowances. But right now, it works really well. And it's a market mechanism that is superior to anything else, we think. The U.S., for all its reasons, does not have a federal carbon pricing. I know California has it. I think 13 other, mostly northern eastern states also have something like it. in our wildest dream, we would love the U.S. to have a carbon price which would harmonize this much better. At the same time, I recognize also in the U.S. there are similar ideas in Congress. I think there are 3 propositions on a carbon border adjustment mechanism in whatever shape or form, which reflects the need to deal with that carbon. So I don't think we're there just yet, but I do know that we have our separate tracks to actually work on it very closely. Also, for instance, there's this global steel and aluminium arrangement negotiations that are ongoing, and exactly that's where the rubber hits the road. How do we make sure that these things work?
Can I just add
Please.
one thing on that? So, we may not agree on every aspect of our respective laws, and I would certainly discuss them. But I think where we do agree is that, as Tony says, countries are going to, if the Paris Agreement works, which basically means that you have to take more and more ambitious action, and it basically calls for countries to ratchet up their ambition each time they do a new NDC, which is like every 5 years, and the next version is due in 2025. Almost by definition, you're going to have national laws that have trade-related provisions in them, right? It's kind of inevitable. What we're dealing with is a pushback from some of the countries that feel like they will be affected by our respective laws. And we're already seeing, in the context of the global stocktake, an effort to put in language that basically says, unilateral measures are bad. And so we almost have a common interest in kind of fighting off the negative approach to the kinds of measures that we feel will be inevitable if we're going to reach the long-term goals of Paris.
The conversation Tony had about carbon leakage, and obviously now complemented with your perspective of how the NDCs drive towards change in climate and trade. There is carbon leakage. There is across the aisle, and maybe not harmony in terms of Washington policy, but increasing commitments to, for example, the Foreign Pollution Act that you see from Senator Cassidy. So even Republican circles are grappling with this. We haven't found common ground on it yet, but we have found common ground in the incentive-based approach, which is a distinguishing facet between the U.S. and the EU. And obviously the Inflation Reduction Act had an opportunity to speak with Deputy Secretary Turk earlier today, and the scale of investment, the scale of money that is going out for the clean energy transition in the United States is massive. He's talking about $100 billion just within the complex of the Department of Energy itself. Can you speak about how we continue that level of momentum while maintaining the harmonization and the partnership with the transatlantic community?
Yeah, well, there was initially, I would say, a little bit of a mixed reaction in the world, including from the EU after the IRA passed. I was greeted in some quarters with, total enthusiasm, and in others with wait, certain provisions aren't, fully accommodating of the EU. I think those things have been largely smoothed over, including through, I said largely, through various kind of consultative mechanisms and all of that. I think in general, though, the IRA has been, warmly received across the world as, first of all, putting us on track to meet our NDC target. The first year of the administration, we took on an NDC target that was very ambitious of 50 to 52% reduction by 2030. And then the question became, that's great. And then, but how are you going to implement it? And then by the next COP, we had the IRA. So that was, I think, comforting to many to say, that's going to get you the lion's share of the reduction. So that's good. It's also lowering. I'm not an expert in the numbers and the dollar signs, but it's certainly reducing costs around the world in terms of technologies. So it's not just a method of reducing U.S. emissions, but also a way of bringing down costs globally. The other thing I think that's appreciated by other countries, at least from what we hear, is that it's sort of irreversible. People often worry about future-proofing of things the United States does. They worry if there's a change in administration that something will be kind of ripped up. But this one has lots of vested interests, and so much less likely to be overturned no matter what happens.
So Tony, it has been a little over a year, more than a year, since the passage of the IRA. We've had time to actually think through what this means to the transatlantic community, what it means to the EU. I would love your reaction on that, but also I'm very interested, and I think a lot of people in Washington, D.C. and throughout the states are interested in what you've learned from that incentive-based approach that might be applicable through the EU perspective as well.
Well, first of all, when Sue says there was a mixed approach, I think sometimes even by the same people, because we fully embraced the IRA because it kind of also gainsaid what we were doing, and it shows the world that the road on the transition is the right one to take. And I think it's good to remind everyone what the IRA does is what our Green Deal does. It's a growth strategy. We don't do it because we're tree huggers and Birkenstock, which is nothing wrong with, by the way. But we do this, because it's about us. The planet has survived 4 billion years without us. It will survive billions of years without us if somehow we manage to destroy ourselves. So it's not about the planet. It's saving us. So it's about our health, and it's about our well-being and our economic well-being. And the Green Deal is a huge impetus in innovation. But the challenge is to overcome a 150-year-old fossil-fueled society. Everything we do is based on that. And if you think about the combustible engine, that technology is over a century old. We've just been so perfecting it, but it's still exploding stuff to transfer you forward. I mean, it's time we have our huge Kodak moment. But that is difficult because people have jobs and their vested interest. And so that's what we're trying to overcome. That's what the IRA is trying to do. And yeah, so on the one side, we embrace it. On the other side, yeah, there are some discriminatory effects with regard to our clean technologies, our batteries in your cars. And as Sue said, I think, and this goes to my very first remark, we find channels to discuss this and to see if we can smoothen things out. And there's still some things to be smoothed out, but I'm confident that, again, in this world today, we have to, and we will find it, because obviously that also plays into a better, more level playing field, better business opportunities. But ultimately, that's the way we're going to go. I'm absolutely convinced.
So while I love to see and think that all eyes are just on us, we have a great audience here. I'm sure we have more virtually. The audience is pointing out to me that a lot of eyes are in San Francisco, and a lot of eyes are about APEC right now. And we had some big news overnight.
Not on us.
Enough on us, but I think many more on what President Biden and President Xi are doing and meeting in the bilateral context, the global community coming together there. Overnight, Sue, obviously there was an announcement, maybe it was just this morning, on the resumption of working groups for climate and progress between the U.S. and China. We can't do this without that relationship working. I know you've been instrumental to that. I would love some thoughts, just some reflections on the current events and where that is headed in terms of U.S. and China relationships, and then we'll build into U.S., EU, China as well.
Great. Yeah, happy to talk about that. I was part of the negotiating team. And we were able to get our announcement out yesterday, right on the eve of the summit today. So that was, I think, good timing. In this administration, we did a joint statement with China in 2021 that was kind of just like set the table in terms of the, resuming cooperation, some of the topics. A couple things that we said we would jointly deliver, like our long-term strategies, and both joined the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, like we did all of those things. We made it more specific when we were in Glasgow at COP26. We did a joint Glasgow declaration that essentially established a working group to carry out a bunch of types of cooperation for China to release or develop and release a methane action plan, which they did a little bit late, but last week. And we were trying to do another kind of cooperative venture. There have been a lot of hiccups along the way. We have been treating climate as a kind of separate track from bilateral issues because our view has been it's a global issue, it's an existential issue, and we should not be holding it hostage to whether we disagree on some bilateral issue. China has not always had the same perspective, and sometimes these bilateral issues have gotten in the way, and they've suspended cooperation. They unsuspended it last July when we were in Beijing, and then we were able to work kind of then and since then, and particularly last week at Sunnylands to come up with this statement. So I will give you maybe 4 highlights of the statement, but I encourage you to read the whole thing. It's only 4 pages long. The first one is one of the things that we and the EU together have been pushing for countries to do is to move in the direction of including all greenhouse gases and entire economy and all sectors in their Paris Agreement NDCs. Jointly, we pushed that as an outcome of the G20 over the summer. We got part of the way there. I think we had a pretty positive statement about countries should be moving in that direction that are not already there, but we didn't get the time frame. We got the notion of like in the short term, soon, but not like the very next set of NDCs. So one of the kind of advances in this bilateral statement is China has agreed to its very next NDC, which is the one that's due in 2025 and covers the 2035 period, is to include all GHGs and be economy-wide. So I think that is very good news, and I hope that sets becomes the model for others. The second is there's language in there on accelerating renewables in both countries, but it's more relevant to the Chinese situation. And that they anticipate, which they have not said before, they anticipate that this will have the result of an absolute power sector emission reduction in this decade. Okay, that hasn't been said before, and you could say, well, it's just a factual statement and it's just an anticipation. Yeah, but I think it was important to get that out there in black and white. Mm-hmm. The third is we agreed. We've been talking about the global stocktake, and as I said, there has not been that much commonality in the world on how this global stocktake should look. So we spent quite a bit of time working, we're not exactly the two ends of the spectrum, but on many of the issues we are, on sort of a common approach. And we came up with 10 or 12 elements of how we see the global stocktake. And I hope that will contribute to the multilateral process. Finally, we agreed with China and with the UAE as the presidency of the COP to host an event, and the EU will be instrumental in this because we've been methane partners for several years now on methane and other non-CO2 gases. There's been a lot of emphasis on CO2 in the last couple of years, and we keep kind of trying to focus people on the fact that methane has been responsible for 1/2 of the warming to date. So it's very important, and it's also, we call it fast mitigation. Mm-hmm. It's the thing that will get you the soonest reductions in global temperature rise. So that's, I think, we're going to discuss that maybe later today, I think, with the EU and the UAE and China to try to figure out what are the modalities for that event and what kind of commitments will we be looking for there. So that's the short version, but there's obviously a lot more to say.
Well, Tony, when we're looking at this, obviously a really momentous announcement today from the U.S.-China bilateral relationship, but it shouldn't be understated how much cooperation the EU has been engaged with China as well. I know the EU Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson, was in China just a month ago for the 11th EU-China Energy Dialogue in Beijing. How are the dialogues that you're having independently with China complementing the work that's being done here, and where are they distinguishable?
Oh, well, distinguishable, that's for others to judge, but I mean, we also have a high-level climate and environment dialogue with China since on a very high level, which is, it's more orchestrated than, for instance, than speaking to the climate envoy, which is on a different level. But I think that's very instrumental and very good to exchange views. I think because we come from mostly the same point of view, it's almost by nature reinforcing the messages one has. And so our climate commissioner is going there this Thursday as well for that dialogue. I think in general what is interesting, and I think COP is a good example that, as I said in the beginning, the world seems to be coming apart at the seams. All these international multilateral forums are breaking down or not being very functional. And COP, while it is super messy because there are hundreds of thousands of people and everyone's I always make a clip for my kids, so I just walk through COP for like half an hour to see all the different people from all different parts of the world. And at the end of the COP, there is an outcome. and we try to ratchet up, sometimes a bit more than others, but there's an outcome. So if we do this again, and it allows us to speak, as Sue said, compartmentalize our relationships with other countries, because the issue is collective. You cannot say, we're all in the same boat, but it's your part that's sinking. We all understand that. And so I think if COP succeeds, or at least, we show that global diplomacy has a role to play in this world, because sometimes that's being questioned, where everybody's retreating. So yeah, our work on China, I think, reinforces each other. Obviously, the distinguishing element, I think China probably will view us a bit different from you for all kinds of reasons,
right?
And we'll play that to the max, but that's part of the game.
There's been a lot of conversations. Tony, you raised the idea of clean energy supply chains in the defense establishment and the complexity of those earlier. And I think a lot of conversation in the U.S.-EU relationship about decoupling versus de-risking. Sue, do you think that's an area for collaboration in terms of, now that there's a regalvanized conversation with China on renewable energy deployment in particular, that we can start thinking about these supply chains in a trilateral lens of China, EU, and the U.S.?
I don't know enough to know whether that's something in the works. Tony?
Well, maybe then if we take back and not have that level of specificity, just thinking about the opportunities for trilateral cooperation for this conversation.
I mean, the broader issue, and I was actually on a panel in Shanghai maybe 2 years ago on this exact issue of what are the options or possibilities for trilateral cooperation among the two. At the time, the bilateral cooperation between the U.S. and China was sort of on the rocks, so it was hard to contemplate trilateral cooperation. But I think we did come up, and Tony and I remember discussed it before this panel of what some of the options would be, and I think we came up with a pretty good list, which we should revive at this point now that things are, sort of looking better. We have tended to consult with each other, separately talk to China. And China has often, as you say, tried to kind of divide us, at least in the global negotiations. And but it might be a time to kind of relook at whether there are any issues that would benefit from trilateral talks.
Tony, you want to jump in on this as well?
No, I agree with Sue, but I don't want to put a judgment in that. I mean, if you're in a position in global diplomacy, obviously, you further your own interests, and that's how diplomacy works. I think when I said what is distinguishable also from our side, I think the EU, and it also has to do with what the political debate is. I think the political debate, which is again another level in the US, is different on China, is different from the political debate in the EU on China. So for us, where we see China as a partner, a rival, and an adversary, kind of, and there the de-risking, not decoupling, comes from. Whereas in the political debate in the U.S., depending on who you speak to, but it seems more like, a little bit more black and white. Without judging that, it's just different. And I think, we're trying to navigate within that. So it's slightly different.
So we're running out of time here, so I'm going to focus on the two final questions I have from our audience. And one's a conversation we had that you hinted at earlier, Tony, which is the defense link. So then we have a question in terms of talking about the EU and U.S. cooperation in defense in light of climate impacts, right? I mean, it's quite amazing how the national security establishment in D.C. has grappled with this issue. Yeah. Curious your thoughts in your conversation.
Well, very briefly. So I know Sue is also responsible. You're responsible for a lot, by the way, but also for climate and security nexus, and I would add environment in it.
Sure.
It's a conversation that we're starting in the EU, and we're trying to have a whole of government approach. So not just defense, because as you said, I think the defense part is quickly understood. This, again, it's not about tree hugging. It's about, what is our carbon footprint? How much does it cost us? Do you remember the long line of trucks in Ukraine, Russian trucks that had no fuel, were sitting ducks? Changing environments. How do you operate? How can you maintain your lethal effective? All those things. So the defense is already there. But how does this impact, this new prism, how does this on migration, on conflicts over arable land, on conflicts over water, pressures on urban societies, displacement, all of these things, how do you internalize that in your programming for development aid or humanitarian aid or your civilian mission? So all of these things together. And it's not an easy discussion because there's no framework yet for it. I'm super grateful for Sue because we organized in Munich an internal and in Brussels a public event with Spec Kerry, Secretary General Stoltenberg, High Representative Borrell, and Executive Vice President Timmermans. And so I know there's a great interest from the U.S. side, and we're going to continue this conversation because we run into the same issues of governance. You have these different branches. Mm-hmm. How do you bring this coherence together? It's not something new. It's a new prism to look through.
Sue, I don't know if you have any additional thoughts on this as well.
So it's an issue that the administration has been very focused on since like week one, I would say. If you look at the very first executive order on climate change at home and abroad, there's a whole section on climate security, which tries to, first of all, task the intelligence community, the Defense Department with, review, assessment of climate security issues. At the very first Leaders Summit that President Biden held, which was virtual because it was in April of 2021, we actually had a section with the Secretary General of NATO and others looking at these different aspects of climate security. One being like, do climate impacts increase the risk of conflict, so that angle, and then down to how could militaries reduce their emissions and military readiness in the face of climate. So like almost three different kind of aspects of the climate security issue. And we have also been trying to get agencies to integrate climate security issues into their operations. And so we were happy to see the EU communication a few months ago on this exact issue of climate, climate security communication, where they were kind of doing the same thing with respect to the different kind of agencies or divisions of the Commission. And so we've had a lot of cooperation, both informal, internal, and as well as these outward-facing events to try to kind of highlight this issue, more broadly.
Well, that does, we've eaten into about 2 minutes into lunch already, so we'll wrap it there. Tony, Sue, thank you for joining us today.
You.
It was a very comprehensive conversation. Join me in welcoming and thanking them.
Thank you.
Hello. Welcome to the EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum, organized by the Atlantic Council and the European Union delegation here in Washington. Thank you all very much for coming. And many thanks and welcome to those who are online. I'm Fran Burwell, as the monitor just noted, Distinguished Fellow here at the Atlantic Council. Technology and the digital world are key components of the security and defense of both the United States and Europe. There are several ways digital and tech contribute to our security. First and most obviously, the ability to innovate and the ability to manufacture are vital to ensuring the security of our citizens, the prosperity of our economies, and the stability of our democracies. Those who cannot innovate, those who rely on others for creating technologies are less secure. Second, as the world becomes more digital, there are also new risks. Cyber attacks, including ransomware, are the new vulnerabilities used by both states and criminal enterprises. Cybersecurity has risen sharply as a priority for all governments, companies, and individuals. Third, we have seen a significant impact on our public discourse and our democracies. Technology and digital policy has the capacity to bring people together and to greatly enhance transparency in government. But when used by those who seek divisions, those who seek to spread disinformation, the consequences can be serious. Make no mistake, the digital world offers great opportunities. The US and the EU are well placed to build those opportunities. Together, we are the largest bilateral digital relationship in the world. The US and Europe are each other's top partner for trade in digitally enabled services, and US companies, through their European subsidiaries, made 60 times, that's 60 times, the revenue of US companies providing digital services in China, just to give you an example of a sense of the scope of the US-EU relationship in digital. This market already drives significant innovation, but for the future, we need to grow that innovation even further. But the digital world also has risks. I mentioned cyber attacks and disinformation. The Internet of Things can link devices and installations, providing information that is critical for patients and doctors, for manufacturers and suppliers, and for government and citizens. But those links also bring vulnerabilities. As leading actors in the digital economy, the EU and the US are moving to address those vulnerabilities, creating guidance and regulation that seeks to mitigate the risks. This panel seeks to explore how we do that while also preserving and boosting our capacity to innovate. And we have two key policymakers to help us understand how the US and the EU seek to accomplish that balance. Elizabeth Kelly, who's here with me, is Special Assistant to the President and serves on the National Economic Council at the White House, where she works on financial regulation and tech policy. She was a senior policy advisor on the Biden-Harris transition team and also served in the Obama administration. In the private sector, she was Senior Vice President for Growth at Capital One, investing, and also worked in the fintech industry. Roberto Viola, whom we're delighted is joining us from Brussels, has served as Director General of the Directorate General for Communications Networks, Content and Technology, commonly known as DG Connect, since 2015 within the European Commission. Prior to that, he was Deputy Director General and also served as Chairman of the European Radio Spectrum Policy Group. He's worked on telecoms and digital issues in the Commission for almost 4 decades, and I think it's fair to say that he's been one of the key policymakers as the EU has looked ahead on its digital agenda. I'm going to start with Elizabeth, but before I do that, I want to remind our audience that you can ask questions online by going to askac, as in Ask Atlantic Council, .org, askac.org. So, and I'm also looking forward to questions from our audience. Elizabeth, how does the Biden administration view the nexus between digital and tech policy and our national security? We've seen this administration put forward a number of key documents, the Declaration on the Future of the Internet, the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, and most recently the Executive Order on AI. What are these efforts intended to accomplish vis-a-vis security?
So as you said, Fran, I think the president believes very strongly that our economic and technological strength and leadership are really core to our national security. and that by investing in these sources of strength at home, it also powers our strength around the world. So to continue with U.S. technological leadership, there's a lot of ways that we're investing. One, we're investing in the science and technology ecosystem, including R&D, nurturing top STEM talent, making sure that we have resilient supply chains. And we're also working to deepen and integrate our alliances and partnerships so that we have high standards globally for everything from labor to the environment to trusted technology and good governance. And these are themes that you see across all three documents that you mentioned. I don't think it's a coincidence that two of the three you referenced are about artificial intelligence. We believe that a select few technologies are really set to play an outsized role and have outsized importance over the coming decade, and artificial intelligence is absolutely one of them. I know we'll talk about the AI executive order in more detail later, but I think it's worth harping on some of the ways that we are investing in our technological ecosystem through the executive order and the broader Biden administration efforts. One, we're making sure to invest in R&D. For example, starting a pilot of something called the National AI Research Resource, bit of a tongue twister, but putting $140 million towards making compute and data available to researchers and entrepreneurs in order to catalyze innovation, as well as spark competition in this ecosystem. We're also prioritizing other R&D dollars across the government for AI. You also see a real emphasis in developing our talent pipeline. That's true both in terms of attracting talent globally, speeding processing times, waiving interview requirements, doing other things we can to make sure we're attracting the talent we need to continue to grow and innovate, while investing in our talent base at home, providing job training, education, so that all Americans are able to benefit from the opportunities that AI creates. We're also investing in our own workforce in the federal government. We recognize that for the federal government to be a leader globally in technology, we need to make sure that we are keeping our own in-house order and leading by example. And so there's sort of a whole of government talent surge to make sure that people who want to serve the public have an easier time getting in the door and helping us do just that. I know we'll talk more later about all of the ways that we are working with allies and partners to align global standards around artificial intelligence. But I think it's worth saying early that there's been a really remarkable convergence between the EU and the US, between the G7 principles, all building on a lot of the foundation that we've built through the TTC. So excited for the conversation.
Thank you very much. Roberto, the EU, especially this current commission under President von der Leyen, has been very active in seeking to regulate the tech and digital world, putting forward, I would say, one of the most comprehensive agendas that we have ever seen in this particular area, including the AI Act, but certainly not limited to that. How does this relate to security, whether security for European citizens, for democracy, or for Europe generally?
Thanks very much. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me, Francis. Thank you to Kelly, to Elizabeth, to share the panel with me. I think you should look at what we are trying to do in exactly the two dimensions you mentioned before, Francis, in your introduction. One direction being creating a set of rules that really take the fundamental values in which Europe is founded, democracy, freedoms, entrepreneurship, at the center of a system of rule making that protects our citizens, but also allows innovation. And then also trying to make every possible effort to identify technologies which are critical to enable that our citizens are empowered to actually be free, because, I mean, no one really is free and is safe if it doesn't own, in modern times, the key technologies. And if adversaries are superior in terms of technology, we cannot call this a complete design when it comes to democracy. So the two dimensions, working with partners, allies on critical technologies, and I'll go a bit more into examples, and having a rule making, a set of rules which protect democracy are going in the direction of trying to make Europe more secure in very turbulent and unstable times, and make the transatlantic relationship even more strong. And I must say, in the last few years, working with the Biden-Harris administration has been really a pleasure. And in different forms, I think you have seen that in key areas, our approach is not distant, and this calls for a reflection whether we can really start to think, and I think so, by the way, anticipating my answer, to the idea that more and more we have an integrated transatlantic digital market. Now, let me be a bit more specific on the rulemaking and answer your question. First of all, I would mention what we have done in cybersecurity. We have completed our work to make sure the critical infrastructure are secure in terms of there are the right reflexes. It's called the Network Security Directive, dubbed as NIS2. So to make sure that those that are operating on critical infrastructure report incidents, that the national cybersecurity agencies work together, that make sure that we have a good way of analyzing the incidents, learning from the incidents, and making sure that we become every day a bit stronger. And also that we have a number of governance mechanisms by which no European country is left behind, because we all know that the attacker will always try to find the weakest link. Then we work on the cybersecurity of products, the so-called Cyber Resilience Act. We are almost closing this legislation. It's about making sure that every product, every connected product in the European market goes into a screening, which is an increased level of screening according to the criticality of this product. For instance, I mean, going from the very simple things like that the manufacturer declares a lifetime, and over the lifetime, there's maintenance of this product in terms of updates. That if there are unpatched and 0 days vulnerabilities which are exploited, there's the cybersecurity agencies are informed about this. That we have we align to the best possible standards in terms of cybersecurity of products. I'm very pleased to say that in the last US-EU summit, there's been an agreement to work towards convergence of the work being championed by the White House on voluntary label, and now with the FCC on a voluntary label of connected products, and the Cyber Resilience Act. We'll work together to make sure that as legislation progresses in Europe, we will find ways to align on the same standards in the United States, and also arrive to mutual recognition of the schemes as a final objective, in light of what I said before, the idea to create a transatlantic market. Then the other example I want to make in terms of contribution to the security of our ecosystem, and it's the Digital Service Act. The Digital Service Act is a legislation about the risks of algorithmic amplification brought by very large platforms, which attract a lot of users, and at the same time, if there's no proper risk assessment, they tend to amplify for commercial purposes content that at times is illegal or at times is dangerous in terms of the democratic discourse. It is not a legislation about content. It is not a kind of Ministry of Truth created in Brussels. It is about a risk-based legislation on the algorithm as such. So what is being demanded to the very large online platforms, they do a risk assessment. and then they undergo to an independent audit on the risk assessment they themselves have done. So during the last crisis, the Middle East crisis, we asked questions whether on the basis of the current risk assessment, they believed that they were doing the utmost to avoid that their platform was taken hostage of one or the other party in terms of manipulated or false information. So this is a contribution not only to maintaining, the safety of our citizens, but also to the democratic discourse, which is an essential element of security. The last thing I want to mention before we enter into, and I will not mention now AI because I understand we will discuss more about AI. It's about when it comes to technologies, or more and more Europe looks seriously at the concept of economic security. We have identified some technologies as critical. Semiconductor technology, we have done a CHIP Act very similar to the US CHIP Act. Quantum, we are working hand in hand with our US friends on having a common agenda on part of technology. Hydrogen, biotechnologies. So, and on this, we identify that this is important. These are technologies where de-risking is absolutely necessary, but also investments, talents, innovation is important. And innovation, of course, comes from cooperation among the two strongest allies, US and Europe.
Thank you very much for that. And let us continue, Roberto, because as you said, the EU has undertaken a large legislative agenda. And many times when I talk to European officials, and also especially members of the European Parliament, they see these as global standards. And one of the things I think we're interested in this discussion here is the geopolitical impact of what the US and the EU are doing on digital and tech. So I'm wondering how you look at the legislative agenda, which you have played a key role in shaping, in terms of the geopolitical elements and the geopolitical impact of things like the Digital Services Act, the Cyber Resilience Act, and even the AI Act.
Well, of course, the scope for us is to legislate the internal EU market. I mean, we have no ambition to have extraterritorial application of our legislation. But when they are taken as an example on how to approach this very complicated problem to regulate technology, which the two words are in a way not really, words that they normally go well together. We are pleased about it, and we engage, with many partnerships around the world, trying to explain and to train when necessary. And that's why I said what I said about the Digital Service Act. One thing we continue to say to our friends and allies around the world, we think that the only way to approach the problem of internet platform, internet regulation in terms of the large platforms is not to regulate content. Content moderation is for the private parties, for those that own the content, and for those that set the terms and conditions. It's not for government. And for government is to make sure that those that benefit from the internet in terms of economic benefit, they also care about the security of their platforms. And I think this is a healthy relationship. Now, when it comes to AI, what we are trying to say is that we should not regulate everything about AI. And I see this exactly the same kind of approach in the presidential executive order in the US. I think what we want is that the products which bear some risk, because maybe there's an health risk, there's a risk in terms of fundamental rights, those type of algorithms, those type of products undergo a conformity assessment as products. Now, in the last few months, there's been a debate a bit more horizontal about the algorithms which apply to a multitude of products. This is a much more horizontal risk. And in this case, of course, what you can do at this stage is to make sure that the actors are empowered and they take the necessary measures, I mean, to demonstrate to public authorities that the risk is under control. And again, there's good alignment in the thinking in what we do in US and Europe and in the G7.
Thank you for that. Let me turn to you, Elizabeth, and ask about the geopolitics of digital policy and technology. We know that there are some governments that don't regard tech in the same way that we do. They may use it to surveil their citizens illegitimately. They may use it to spread false information. How is the Biden administration thinking about this? How are they viewing this situation and what we might do to create a safer global environment with technology?
Sure. Well, first, I just want to respond to something that Roberto had said. I do think there is a number of similar goals underlying a lot of our efforts. You talked about the Digital Services Act, and obviously that is focused on many things, including protecting minors online, which has really been one of the president's key priorities. It was central to his tech accountability principles. It's been in multiple State of the Unions. We're heartened by the action that the Federal Trade Commission has said they may take to better protect kids online, and we've called for legislation from Congress on this topic many times. And in the interim of these efforts, we've been grateful to be able to work with the EU through the Trade Technology Council on principles for protecting kids online, on data access for researchers to understand the harms that can come from these platforms. So I think it's just another example of the great cooperation that we have between our countries. Moving to your question about democracy, I think we're all aligned that it's absolutely paramount that technologies work for and not against democratic principles, institutions, and societies. And we know that new technologies, including AI, do have the potential to strengthen democracy and promote respect for human rights around the world by enabling greater transparency, civic engagement, and participation, as well as access to government services and innovation. At the same time, if they're improperly managed or misused, they can be tools for repression, interference with democratic processes, and institutions and similar harms. And the stakes are especially high coming into this next year when we have 78 national level elections. I think one of the things that we are working on, I know other countries are as well, is thinking about content authentication and detection of AI-generated content, which could be a severe issue. So for example, in the EO, we call for the National Institute of Standards and Technology through the new AI Safety Institute to promulgate new standards for how to authenticate AI-generated content, make sure that there is watermarking, and really take advantage of the technological advances we're seeing to help do that. At the same time, we need to not only authenticate the content on the front end, but make sure we're detecting content that is AI generated. This comes up in many contexts. You talked about the democratic implications, but we're also seeing it from market stability perspectives. For example, a couple of months ago, there was a AI generated image of an explosion near the Pentagon that briefly caused markets to wobble before the US government pointed out as a fake. Being able to have content detection tools to say, no, this is an AI generated fake, is going to be absolutely key going forward.
Thank you. We've kind of skirted around the AI Act and the executive order, and so we're going to do a little bit of a deeper dive on that right now. But after this exchange, I would like to invite questions from the audience, both online and here in the room. I think we have roving mics somewhere. Okay. And if you're online, please go to askac.org and put your question in there. The EU is now finalizing its AI Act, and I think we have the next negotiation session between Parliament and the Commission, maybe December 6th, but sometime before the holidays. And so, Roberto, maybe you could lay out a few key provisions, maybe top 3 or however you would describe it in a couple of minutes, so that the audience can understand what's in the AI Act and the approach that the EU has taken.
With pleasure. So I already said the essence of the AI Act is a risk-based regulation. So you should imagine a kind of pyramid of risk. On the top, those things that the democratic society should never see. So these are prohibitions. So we in the AI Act, and this it is agreed. So this is a part that is already you can consider legislation. Social scoring, so combining different ways of telling whether a citizen can do something or not. This is forbidden in the AI Act. Using AI to manipulate the minors to do things they don't want to do is absolutely forbidden, and the same for people having mental handicap. It is under discussion which forms of predictive policing should be forbidden. The Parliament wants to forbid everything. The Council has a different position. Let's see. But for sure, the direction of travel is that the predictive policing should never lead to a minority report type of society that you actually decide that the person has committed a crime even before the person has committed something. So then we go into the high risk, and the high risk means that there's a risk for the person. So take an app that is able to give you an advice whether you have a skin cancer or not. Or risk in terms of safety, so an autonomous car, or risk about your fundamental rights. And we try to be precise. For instance, in the area of finance, the only risk we have identified is the loan, having the loan for the house of your life, so the house for your family. And I note that this is a risk also identified in the U.S. presidential order, or in selection in the public offices. I mean, where, of course, everyone should be equal in terms of opportunities. So bias cannot be allowed. So these are the two categories of risk: harm and, harm to fundamental rights. Then we are discussing right now how to treat the biometric identification in terms of security. So there's a kind of general rule in the AI Act that says biometric identification in public spaces, we're talking about real-time biometric identification, is forbidden. And then in our original proposal is unless in case of serious crimes, terrorism, murder, or other types of, there's a set of serious crimes in the EU law. In those cases, in limited time with a judicial authorization, in our proposal, this is allowed, and there are different views right now that we are trying to smooth between the two co-legislators, so the Council and the Parliament. You can imagine the member states going a little bit more into the area, more freedom for security, and the Parliament a bit more restrictive. So this is something that I hope in the next session that you mentioned on the 6th, we try to smooth. And then last but not least is the treatment of foundational models, especially very large models. There's a provision which I think everyone agrees, which something that Elizabeth mentioned, which is about watermarking, which also we agree is absolutely necessary to understand, and to combat the risk of fabricated content. The issue about reading copyright, I don't think we need to do much in the AI Act because this is already regulated by the digital copyright law in the EU, and the rights holder can oppose to text and data mining if they want to. And then we have the more general question about what level of responsibility for very large model. First, how you identify a large model. We are not distant from also what is in the US presidential order to identify large models. and at least this is the proposal from the Commission, and also on how to organize the governance of large model. And the proposal we are making is to set up an AI office within the European Commission, which would look horizontally, like it is for the Digital Service Act, Digital Market Act, to the overall European market, and then be the counterpart of similar initiatives in US, in UK, and other parts of the world.
Thank you. Elizabeth, Roberto made the point that there are several of these things that are very similar. Do you see it the same way? What are there points? I mean, one is an executive order, and one, assuming that it's passed, is legislation and will be law throughout the member states. But what are the key elements that you see as similar? And are there any particular differences other than the fact, or contradictions between the two elements, other than the fact that one is a legislative proposal and one is an EO?
Yes, as you know, the president told us to use every executive authority at our disposal to capture the promise of AI while protecting against its peril. But there are some things you can only do through legislation. For example, as part of the announcement of the EO, we called for comprehensive privacy legislation, recognizing that AI exacerbates the harms to privacy that presently exist because there's greater demand for already in-demand data to feed these models. Not to mention, generative AI models enable seemingly disparate pieces of information to be fed together in a way that creates a more privacy-harming perspective. So lots of directions I could take this, Fran, because I do think that there's a lot more similarities than there are differences. I think both of us are focused on spurring innovation, R&D, leveraging AI for good, making sure that we're promoting AI for carbon capture and storage, for drug discovery and development, and ensuring that not only our countries are able to benefit from these innovations, but that we are working closely with the developing world and using them to further sustainable development goals and other shared principles. I think that Roberto makes an important distinction between the approach we take on sort of the security side to the foundation models, requiring red teaming and other disclosures for the very most powerful models, 10 to the 26 flops, or 10 to the 23 for those trained on biological data, and putting in place other protections for things like critical infrastructure, cybersecurity, the things that we know are seemingly existential risks.
Right.
At the same time, we're also, like the EU, focused on the here and now risks, as the Vice President said so eloquently. Existential for who? All of these things around discrimination, privacy is very meaningful for citizens here in the moment. And this is a place where I think there's a huge amount of overlap between the approach the EU takes in the AI Act and the approach that we take in the EO. So much of the EO is focused on privacy protections using both federal government authorities as well as investments in privacy-enhancing technologies, privacy-preserving techniques, making sure that we are protecting the civil rights and liberties of our individuals. We've already made clear through past executive orders that algorithmic discrimination is not allowed, and are put in place new protections to make sure that lenders, landlords, agencies providing benefits are not discriminating using AI. We're also very focused on the worker angle and the competition angles, ensuring that workers have a voice in how AI is deployed in the workplace. President Biden is fond of saying that he is the most pro-union president, and that's something that you see reflected in the EO, ensuring that the Department of Labor will be developing best practices and guidance for how workplaces should be deploying AI, and then using the power of the purse, getting federal agencies to try and encourage adoption of these principles. We're doing the same thing in the competition space. We recognize that access to data, compute, semiconductors, these are all limited, very expensive resources. And we need to use our existing authorities, including the FTC's authorities, to make sure that we're promoting a robust and competitive ecosystem, something that I know the EU is very committed to as well. I think if I had to highlight one difference, it goes back to sort of the differences between legislation and and EO, we are using sort of more sectoral approaches, the financial regulators' authorities, the FTC's authorities, the ones that we have, whereas the EU is able to take a more cross-cutting approach to rights.
More horizontal, yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah.
as reflects their legislation versus executive order.
Very much so. Let me open the floor here to questions. Down here, and then back there. Someone here first. Want to put your hand up again? Please identify yourself.
Great panel. I'm Trisha Ray. I'm with the Atlantic Council. I wanted to zoom out a bit and talk about...
Speak up a little bit more.
I wanted to zoom out a bit and ask a question on some of the international processes around AI ethics and principles. So you have the UNESCO AI principles, you have the UN Digital Compact, which has some controversy attached to the top-down approach as well. What are your views of these processes and how your individual legislative or executive order approaches align with those?
Let me bring in the second question, but let me also add to this that we had this remarkable week. Yeah. We had the U.S. executive order. We had the G7 putting out a code of conduct on advanced AI, and we had the AI Safety Summit in Bletchley Park. So these are all coming together, this intersection between the domestic processes, the bilateral US-EU, and the multilateral. What does this signify? And let's go back here.
My name is Uliana Boychuk. I'm a journalist from Ukraine, and actually I have two questions, but I think that they are... Yeah, I have two questions, but I think that maybe they are similar, one with the other. So my question is about security of usage AI. We know that there is bad and good usage of AI. You are talking about good usage of AI. What should we do with bad usage when our enemy, like I'm from Ukraine and my main enemy today is Russia because they launched war against my country. And what should I do with that bad usage of AI? That's the first question. And the second question is about security of usage. How can I be sure that the information I'm sharing with AI will be secure? Thank you so much.
Okay. Roberto, maybe briefly to you, because we have less than 10 minutes left. How do you, I mean, it's not just Ukraine that's being subject to bad uses of AI, but lots of EU countries are seeing that as well. How do you see that? What can governments do and individuals do? And also, what are your thoughts on this emerging multilateral consensus?
Thanks. In the interest of time, I will be very short, so I apologize in advance if I be not very granular in the answer, because they are both very important topics. So, bad AI. As I said before, when it comes to the spreading by online platform and algorithm, in Europe, there's the Digital Service Act. So there's a responsibility, which is from the very large online platform, to identify fabricated content and remove it from the public discourse, or let's put it in other ways, not to amplify it. Of course, it's not a simple battle. We have legal instruments now which make our case stronger, but it's very complicated. And it's very much linked to what Elizabeth was saying before about the ability to watermark the content. I guess for the next 100 years or so, the machines don't have the right of free speech. So I think we can safely remove whatever is fabricated purely by AI, with no whatever human mediation. And this is a duty under the Digital Service Act of the online platforms. And we are calling them in the most recent crisis talking about Ukraine in the illegal and terrible Russian invasion to Ukraine. We are calling the online platforms and search engine to their responsibilities when it comes to fabricated content. For what concerns product, as I said before, there will be a CE marking, the marking which is similar to the FCC marking in the United States, that for high-risk product signifies that there's been a third-party verification that this product is conform to standards and to the performances that the manufacturer declares. So we are trying to devise an approach for products for the short-term risk of AI, and an approach for the public discourse, the privacy, which is the set of internet laws, the Digital Services Act, the GDPR to protect the privacy. Multilateral, I think we are a great believer of multilateral approach, but this should not be a race to the bottom. My president Ursula von der Leyen has called for the UN to take an approach similar to climate and really have a panel that could advise on existential risk of AI. At the same time, for instance, looking at the digital compact should not be a race to the bottom. We have in Europe, for instance, the Charter of Digital Rights, which we think it's of high standard, and the same what has been produced by the US administration. I think these are examples, and really we will insist that these are the examples followed. And the minimum common denominator just to have an agreement is not a good idea.
Thanks. Do you want to say something about multilateralism and bad AI?
Absolutely. I think the questions actually come together because one of the things that we did in the US, the president sat down with the CEOs of the frontier large language models, and they made commitments to put in place protections, to secure model weights, to do red teaming, to develop content authentication and watermarking, which will protect against a lot of the bad uses that we're all concerned about. And I think it's remarkable that there's so much similarity between what is in those voluntary commitments and the voluntary code of conduct that the G7 put out just a few weeks ago. And so I think having international norms and standards so that countries across the globe feel like they are on the hook to make sure that they are protecting the safety and security of our citizens and are not enabling their products to be used by bad actors is going to be absolutely key, and it wouldn't be possible without all of us working together.
Thank you. I want to end this session by coming to a question that we have had from online, and it's about the futility of trying to regulate rapidly emerging technologies. And our listener has been noting that the EU AI Act required a last-minute change because of the release of ChatGPT. That wasn't in the initial proposal because it wasn't there. Given the pace of development, is it really an impossible task from a regulatory standpoint, whether legislative or EO, to try and address these issues? Or can you both see this as a place of continued US-EU cooperation? And if so, I want each of you to identify the next technology that will be the partnership that we're starting to see on AI. So Roberto, to you first. Is this a futile effort to regulate technology, or where can the US and the EU go together next?
Look, it's always not really a great idea to regulate innovation, but I mean, it's like prevention. I mean, when you manage to frame the issues in good governance with flexible regulation, then you even help innovation to develop. So if you use this as a kind of ultimate resort remedy and you use it in a moderate way, I think it's a good thing to do. Especially you take AI because people they want to use AI, but they have questions. So I think as governments, we have the duty to answer this question in a structured way and reassure that innovation is fine. And AI is for good. Now, the next thing, I don't have the crystal ball. We have a long and very rich agenda in the Trade and Technology Council. I think we are doing good progress in understanding how we can work together in quantum technology.
Elizabeth.
I would have said the same, quantum. So
Okay.
I think in terms of, is this futile? Obviously, we think no, or we wouldn't be sitting in our chairs. But I think I'd just call out two things. One is that I think that both of our structures have enabled some regulatory flexibility to adapt to changing environments. The AI office being created in the EU's AI Act will be able to be nimble as things evolve. You see that in our executive order as well, with the Department of Commerce getting feedback from civil society, from industry, from researchers, and able to adapt thresholds as need be, given that we recognize that increasingly less powerful models will be able to do more over time. I'd also say that we're staying nimble by making sure that we're innovating, by working with the private sector to develop the technology around watermarking, content detection, authentication, detecting voice cloning, securing model weights. So long as we are innovating alongside the private sector, I think there's a lot we can do.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you for, I think, a really illuminating discussion. It is not often that I get to moderate a panel where there is as much coherence between the US and the EU. And it's a welcome, very welcome change. And I think it says a lot about the current state of the relationship more broadly, but also about the future in terms of how we address emerging technologies. So thank you both for your clarity and insights. And thanks to everyone here, both in the Atlantic Council and also on our online space. Thank you very much for coming and for sharing your questions and your time. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Voice of God, for the introduction. This is the penultimate session of this entire conference. So thank you for still being here in such great numbers. And this is a very exciting session, of course, where we have great panelists from both sides of the Atlantic. The theme of the session is building global partnerships for sustainable development, values, and peace. So I'll introduce our three panelists. I'll then ask them all the same question, which hopefully gives us a little bit of insight into how their respective institutions think about cooperation on development. I'll ask a few more questions, but there will, of course, be an opportunity to ask them questions, both here in the audience and virtually. For virtual participants, you ask questions via askac.org. And it's also my duty to remind you that if you will be tweeting about this session, I hope you will, the hashtag is hashtag EUDFF23. So my three panelists, we start with Nisha next to me. Nisha Biswal is the Deputy CEO of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. Thank you very much for joining us. Then live or virtually from Brussels, although he seems to be running away, so hopefully he will come back soon. Thank you, Koen. Thank you. Please stay. It's only 45 minutes, so it won't take long. Thank you. So Koen Deurns, who is the Director General of the DG for International Partnerships at the European Commission. And here with us in Washington is Mikolaj Dovgielewicz, or the Deputy Secretary General of the European Investment Bank. So thank you all for joining. And if I may start with you, Nisha, I thought perhaps you could simply tell our audience in a few remarks, in a few minutes, how you see your institution and its role fitting into the network of development finance. You're a fairly new institution, so how do you see your role within the US government and how you do your outreach to partner organizations?
Sure. Thank you so much, Charles, and fantastic 2 days of programming here at the Atlantic Council. I often have envy at the amount and the caliber of programming the Atlantic Council does on important topics, so great to be part of it. I joined DFC a few months back, and I have to say I'm still a little bit in the learning phase of how quickly and how ambitiously the DFC has come on the scene. Previously, when I was at the State Department during the Obama administration, we would we were hamstrung by the fact that we did not have the kind of development finance capabilities that we felt like the world needed at the time. BRI was launched, AIIB was launched, and while we had apprehensions, we did not really have an answer to what could be a strong and competing and compelling alternative. I'm so proud to say that DFC, since its launch really just about 4 years ago, has come on the scene in a really strong and ambitious way. Exposure to date, total is around 42 billion globally, 42 billion, whereas previously our cap was at 30. So that just gives you a sense of how quickly we've come on board. And just in FY 2023, DFC put 9.3 billion in investments and financing around the world. We're trying to increasingly work collaboratively with our partner DFIs, and Mikolaj and I were talking a little bit about some of the projects that EIB and DFC have been collaborating on, working with G7 partners, G20 partners, with the IFC, et cetera, because what we're trying to address is a global gap in financing for the infrastructure and for the energy and for the technology that we see that the world needs. That was the conversation really at UNGA around how we don't have enough capital to support countries achieving the SDGs, and we need to mobilize private capital. And of course, our DFIs are all very focused on how we mobilize that private capital, how we de-risk private investment, and how we support the establishment of entrepreneurs and enterprises in emerging markets and around the world. So that, in a nutshell, is what we've been trying to do, and we're aligning ourselves to be able to scale even bigger as we move towards a sector-based approach that looks at infrastructure, energy, health, agriculture, food security, water, as well as supporting funds and small businesses.
Thanks very much. So if I could go straight to Koen. We've gone from the implementers, we could say, DFC in the US government, to the control tower. Koen is in the European Commission, which does all sorts of things, mainly known in Washington for regulation, but it doesn't just do regulation. It also tries to coordinate the activities of the EU on development, and that's the part that you run, Koen. So we'll move on to Mikolaj and what the European Investment Bank does in a second, but first I'd like the Commission's view on development cooperation, how you work with all the institutions in the EU that take care of development, but also outside the EU. And of course, since this is EU DFF, how you see cooperation with the United States.
Well, thanks a lot, and really great to be here with you on this panel. And as you say, I mean, we've got two major sources of power in the Commission. It's our legislative power and it's money. And indeed, I'm Director General of a spending department. We have a sizable part of the budget that we spend on what used to be called development cooperation, but actually we've dropped even that notion from the title of my Director General, of my Commissioner. It's now called international partnerships, because we are in the process since a few years of quite a significant shift of our business model, if I may say so. The starting point really is that we felt somehow that with the times that were changing, where basically geopolitics are back, linked to that geoeconomics take an increasing part of what we do and also of what our partner countries want, is that the way in which we used to operate was very much, if I may say so, based on the premise of Fukuyama, the end of history, global community, all marching towards liberal democracy and market economy. And I think we've seen over the past 10 years that may not exactly have been the case. And in this new world, I mean, we're all talking about strategic autonomy, about de-risking, about diversification of supply chains. And we've been doing that for quite a while, but that has been speeding up over the past few years. And actually, when we talk to partners, whether they're in Latin America, whether they're in Africa, whether they're in Southeast Asia, and the Pacific, they are dealing with exactly the same issues. Is how do we ensure our economic security, our resilience in a world where tectonic plates are shifting? And we think that development cooperation in the 21st century has to be essentially about that. It's how do we partner with countries in Latin America, Africa, and Asia in a way that actually allows us to work with them to co-invest in those big investments that are needed for their economic resilience, for sustainable supply chains, for the digital transition and the green transition. And our whole model is now based on that. And that requires, of course, work with a much broader set of partners than we used to do. An increasing part of the grant budget we spend goes into blending operations where we mix grants with loans done by banks. An increasing part of our funding goes into guarantees, which allow us to de-risk investments done or financed by DFIs, public investors, private investors, and so on. And an increasing part of our budget in pure grant funding goes to capacity building of our partners, both the authorities and basically the population, technical vocational education and training, and so on, to make some of these bigger projects happen. And that's the biggest shift I think we are undergoing, and it matches very well with what we're doing together with the United States and G7 partners under the PGII, the Global Partnership for Infrastructure Investment, is a return much bigger than we've seen over the past decades to infrastructure investment, but in a clever way, in a 360-degree way, where we will look at how can we harness, how can we unlock public finance, private finance, and do that in a way that ultimately is impactful for our partners, their prosperity, their economic development. And so basically that's what my business is about, doing that not just with the tools we have at the European Commission, but with a coordinated effort with our member states, the 27 who have money of their own, who have financing institutions of their own. And so bringing coherence into all of that in what we now call Team Europe is basically the biggest part of my job. And I'm proud to say it's working.
Well, glad to hear that. And I promise the audience will go into a few examples of how this might be working soon. And also get your questions ready. You can test the theory of whether it's working by asking us questions. So our final participant, but not the least, is Mikolai of the European Investment Bank. Again, so we've gone from an implementer to the executive branch and back to a bank that is somewhat on the front line, but on the European side. So if you could tell us a little bit about how your institution fits into the development network and how you see cooperation helping you achieve the goals faster.
Thank you, Charles. And first of all, thank you to the Atlantic Council and the EU delegation for inviting the EIB to this discussion. I would make 3 points, basically. First of all, we are part of the European family. So we are one of the bodies created by the EU, or as it was, European Economic Community back in the late 1950s. But I will spare you the past. I will talk more about the future today. So we are the EU Investment Bank. Almost 90% of our business is in Europe, but we have created, we have a new baby since last year called EIB Global, which is part of the EIB group, and it has a loan book of new operations last year was close to 10 billion euro of operations in various parts of the world. We are, of course, part of the European family, which means we program our work very closely with Koen and his colleagues in the Commission. We also work together in what is called Team Europe, which is a wider network of financial institutions sharing the same standards, applying the same approach, working together to further the same values, European values, or I would say transatlantic values, you could say, in different parts of the world. And this is what makes us different, that our lending is linked to some principles. It's not just how much money you can put on the table, but what standards you bring, what kind of project support you can provide, and we provide a lot of support to make projects happen, and also to help countries actually develop higher standards of governance, higher standards of economic and social development. And that's very important because it's not just about how much money you can put on the table and whether you can build a motorway in 2 years. It actually matters a lot as well how you can do it and what long-term effects it can bring. Now, I spoke about European family. But we also have not very distant cousins, actually close cousins, such as the EFC, but also other financial institutions, because we are part of what we call the MDB network, the multilateral development institutions. And I mentioned this. Some of them you might have heard of, the World Bank, EBRD, and so on. There's a lot of them in different parts of the world. Some of them have a global remit. Some of them have a more regional remit. What matters here is that in this work, we, of course, also apply European principles, and our policy. At the same time, we try also to develop common standards, and that's very important. We will talk about how to make projects happen, how to make better projects, and every day we see there's a lot of red tape, which hinders, our common work for development for the global public goods. And this is something which we try to tackle. I'll give maybe some examples later in the discussion. And my third point is quite simple. I mean, this is great to be in Washington. I listened to some of the debates over the last day or so. And there's so much that we have in common in the transatlantic community that it's something we need to talk about continuously because it has a political impact back home in Europe and in the US. And I think that in difficult polarized world like the one we live in, you really need friends and allies. And I think that in this room you see a lot of, not just partnership, but a lot of common values, common work that can further our interests in a best possible way. And we are very happy. I had an occasion to exchange a few words with Nisha before the session. I think this is a very important work, and this is certainly something to which we are very committed. We signed a joint paper with DFC this year, and we want to continue this cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think this is a good opportunity to move on to some examples of where you've worked together. But if I could add just a note of skepticism to this so that you prove me wrong, I often hear from institutions like yours that you're essential for crowding in private investment. So the fact that you are participating in a project or the fact that you've engaged in some capacity building in an individual partner country will reassure the private sector, which is all well and good. But when I looked at the most recent figures, we're very, very short of the investment commitments we need for the world to meet the Paris Agreement goals. So a lot of public commitments have gone in, grants were mentioned, but I think the multiplier that we need from the private sector is something like ×6 in order to actually achieve those goals, which strikes me as optimistic. So in practice, it does mean that cooperation is essential because we can't have different projects going in different directions when we all share a goal. But if you could try and reassure me on this by providing some examples. I don't know who wants to start.
Look, I think it's a complicated question in terms of how we attribute and how we analyze the private capital that's going towards climate finance. We do know that there's an enormous amount of investment that's going towards both adaptation and mitigation activities. I mean, the kinds of things that are basically trying to create investment at scale, whether it's on diversifying solar manufacturing so that we can have solar technology widely available and kind of de-risk the supply chains, whether it's on trying to make sure that we're doing both industrial small grid solar and rooftop solar and looking at battery manufacturing, et cetera. So we're trying to make sure that we're looking at these projects from that perspective.
Do any regions have sort of priority in your eyes?
I would say that we're looking at it from a global perspective. We have certainly a strong collaboration and some legislative focus on trying to support European energy security, particularly in the current context of the Russian aggression in Ukraine and the impact. But we're actually engaging globally on this. 2 solar manufacturing facilities in India in just the past year that really seek to help diversify solar manufacturing, but equally focused on supporting renewable energy, wind, solar in Africa, in Latin America, and looking for more and more opportunities for scaling those investments. It does require us to be able to lean in the emerging markets and making sure that we're able to find commercially viable opportunities that we can support. And I think it's $2.5 billion of our investments in FY22 were climate finance. We think that that's going to be a significant increase on what we have been able to do in 23, which I think we'll be announcing at COP, and looking for more opportunities to grow that. So it's just one tool in a overall U.S. government toolkit, but I think it's a very significant one.
Understood. Do any of our European colleagues want to answer that question? So crowding in private financing and whether you can reassure me that this will actually help us reach climate goals.
Well, I'm happy to reassure you. If you look at it right now purely from an accounting point of view, and you look at how much public money has been spent and how much private investment has that generated, I think you're bound to be a bit disappointed indeed. But there are very good reasons for it, and that's also why I would plea for let's look at the movie, at where we're going, and not look at the picture. And let me explain. First of all, there's more happening than you think. And Nisha just gave an example. If I look at what we've been able to do in terms of generating private sector investments, for instance, in off-grid photovoltaic electricity production in rural areas in several African countries, there, I mean, the record is actually very good. It's very simple. There are private investors willing to invest in solar power generation off-grid in rural areas. But of course, one of the problems they're facing is that the creditworthiness of the households and the companies that will subsequently use that electricity and are supposed to buy it, that creditworthiness is, let's say, undocumented, and therefore there's a risk premium. And that often would stop investors from going there. Now, what we do is by using our guarantee, we actually we take first loss. And so we take the risk upon us. And it's by removing that perceived risk, which in a number of cases is a real risk, but in many cases is a potential perceived risk. By removing it, we make those investments happen. And when they happen, we see that actually the number of cases where we actually need to draw on guarantee and take a first loss is limited. So if you look at that example, I think it's a very good track record we're having. Now, if you look at some of the bigger investments, and here, let me take another example from Africa, but I could take from plenty of places around. But if you look at, let's say, green hydrogen, renewable energy production, in view of green hydrogen in a country like Mauritania. It's very well documented. Mauritania has huge potential, and there is clear private sector interest in it. But now when you produce that energy, that renewable energy, you need to be able to move it. If not, it's not commercially viable. So you need to adapt the grid to actually channel that renewable energy. That's not something that a private sector company will invest in. So here we are looking at the financial architecture working of having on the one hand the private sector investing in the energy generation and public investments backed up by us to reinforce the grid. And that leads me to my final comment. For many of the things that need to be done and for which the potential actually exists for it to be done, we are currently in a phase where we're doing the prep work, where we're doing the feasibility studies, where we're doing the technical assistance, where we're doing the capacity building. And all of that at one point in time will indeed make that private money start flowing. So we are in a period where we're actually building the pipeline, supporting the pipeline development, and basically putting down the building blocks that will subsequently really unlock much bigger flows of private investment. There are a number of horizontal issues that need to be tackled still, very clearly. I mean, Forex risk is a real one. And these are, let's say, working areas on which a lot of people are thinking and seeing what kind of tool do we need to remove, for instance, the foreign exchange risk. But so I would be more optimistic than your question suggested.
That's just my responsibility to be optimistic and get the conversation going. And you've partly convinced me, and hopefully Mikolaj will take us home. So after you answer that question, Mikolaj, I'll ask one more question, and then I do want the audience to participate. So if you could prepare some questions. I see some coming in that are pretty interesting online, but I think the room should be able to participate too. So please prepare questions. Mikolaj, your contribution on examples of this cooperation actually helping unlock private investment. I'm very interested in this point about sort of identifying the root causes, things that private companies can't really do, going in there where you're really at your most effective, and then unlocking that private interest.
Well, then I would need to give a lecture here. I think that's not going to happen.
Brief example.
But I want to mention a couple of points. First of all, people say climate finance is difficult because there's a lot of requirements. It's very, very kind of difficult to enter into this area. And I would say there were many people who were skeptical when the EIB became the climate bank. We took a commitment to finance.
When was that?
In 2019, we said we would finance up to 1 trillion of mobilized investment in climate projects. And all our projects are now Paris aligned, so aligned with the climate agreement from Paris. And actually, we already last year, we surpassed our targets in terms of the amount of climate financing. We do already over 50% of projects are linked to climate action, and this goal was supposed to be achieved in 2025. And I would say, so I think the ambition and also the political will is there to make it happen. Secondly, I don't underestimate the regulation, and you know Brussels is very much regulation focused. We have developed in the EU what we call the taxonomy, and I mean, it's not really about taxes, if anybody asks. It's actually a kind of classification of what project is a climate action or is linked to the objective of the climate action. And it starts to be implemented. We'll see what the effect on the market will be, but I think the uptake is quite interesting. There's also what you call Brussels, so the European Union has imposed a number of conditions of reporting of climate financing on corporates. This is entering into the force 1st of January 2024, and is going to have its effect as well. So I think the world is moving in that direction. This is not going to, you cannot reverse this trend, if you like. My third point is simply, because I'm not going to give you projects that we do, you know, hydropower in Fiji, solar panels in Africa and all that. I could do that for hours, but that's not really my point here.
And
my
people
point
can
is,
look these up online?
My point is simply something that Koen has mentioned, the signaling effect. If DFC, if EIB, if the Commission enter into a project, that is a very important signal to different types of investors that is actually something worth looking at. Very often it means that somebody has done a very diligent due diligence, that the project has been sort of assessed from different angles, and it is a kind of a quality check, a quality label which works. So all in all, I'm actually quite optimistic about that. And if you see also how the markets have been reacting to the different regulatory actions, I think you can be optimistic. And I can tell you one thing. You will see also at the COP in Dubai even more commitment from the community of multilateral development banks, sort of trying to make it more visibly easy to enter into partnerships on climate action.
Thank you very much.
Can I jump in on just one additional point, which is we're also, I think, continually trying to innovate new tools and how we deploy our tools to be able to support climate action, whether it's in the debt for nature swaps and the impact bonds, or whether it's in how we deploy our political risk insurance. So I think we're constantly looking for ways in which we can engage not just kind of the first movers, but also the hard to abate sectors and incentivize them to apply for our financing and to deploy more innovative solutions.
Thanks very much. So my final question, which goes again to the entire panel, well, I do want to bring you to the values and peace part of the title. So sustainable development, values and peace. The countries that you're working with have mixed records on both the values and the peace elements, mixed track records, and quite often multilateral development banks talk to me about more for more, less for less, so we're trying to incentivize reforms that make countries more democratic, more peaceful, but also provide a deterrent against straying from those values. So I was wondering how that factors into the decisions you make. And then one more point to do with cooperation and the bureaucracy that is created by cooperation. All these banks have slightly different standards. We're asking the projects that are asking for your financing to fill in different forms to comply with different standards. Is anything being done, since the goal is cooperation, is anything being done to harmonize that and make sure that complying with one set of standards makes sure that you can unlock financing from another bank? So who would like to start?
Well, I could say that something very positive happened just at the annual meeting of the World Bank and IMF a few weeks ago. A community of those MDBs, IFIs, signed an agreement of let's say, common code, how we're going to deal with procurement in Ukraine. And I think it's a very important signal that all those institutions, the World Bank, Council of Europe Bank, EBRD, and so on, we're going to have common standards. Because, of course, in a situation like this, when you desperately need to rebuild the country, the least thing or the last thing you want is the different institutions arguing about which code of procurement you should apply. And of course, this should be replicated in other circumstances, in other parts of cooperation within this community. There is also a lot of work, what we call the mutual reliance. So basically, the mutual reliance of the different financial institutions on each other's analysis and standards, which I think also is a way forward to deliver basically more firepower to the financial institutions, because sometimes the risk frameworks of those institutions have not been adapted for a few decades. Now we are much more sophisticated in measuring risk, and there is something which this process of finding the best way how to strengthen the firepower of the IFIs is a very good example of how the world can get more out of this cooperation. And that all includes common standards, more firepower for everyone, but also, I would say, common values ultimately, because ultimately it's all about the common standards, values, good governance.
In the interest of time management, if I could have your answer to that question, and then we'll go straight to audience questions.
Sure.
Thank you.
So let me start first on the value side of things, which is that, obviously we're working with the private sector in the countries in which we're supporting investments. We're not working with or through governments necessarily. And so I want to be careful on how we address the values conversation in that sense. But on the other hand, the nature of the projects that we're funding and the process that we're following themselves, as Nikolai was addressing, they are a reflection of values and how we're trying to insert a transparent, high standard process, one that is looking at human rights, labor rights, environmental and social policies and procedures into the due diligence that we do on the projects that we support. And that drives up that values conversation, not just into the private sector, but also into the governments in which these projects are taking place. And we do that in a very transparent way. Our ESPP standards are on our website. Our application process is on our website. And the conversations that we have with companies also reflects back to the governments when we are supporting a critical minerals project in Mozambique, a graphite mining project. We are looking at the labor standards. We are looking at the human rights records. We're having those conversations. And that, I think, is a reflection of how we're ensuring that our values are present in the financing that we're putting. And that's not the case for every financing agency that exists out there. The point that you make, though, on harmonization, I think is an important one. And it's one where I think we're all conscious of the need to do better, to alleviate the burden and to streamline the process, and to look at case studies where we can use as an example to then try to extrapolate more. And I think that that is a conversation that's resonating beyond just the DFIs and our recipients of financing, but also I think I'm hearing that conversation taking place in the Congress and other places as well. So I look forward to actually making more progress on that.
Thank you very much. And now it is time for the audience to ask questions. So if I could, sir, I'll take questions from the audience, and I will also take questions online. I see one or two, but people watching online, feel free to send us some more. So, and if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Sure. My name is Adam. So much of... Sorry.
We'd love to know more about you, Adam.
My name is Adam, and I'm a program associate with Meridian International Center, which is based in DC. So much of sustainable development occurs at the subnational level, and local governments are increasingly taking a leading role in advancing these projects. I would like to invite the panelists to discuss the attention of their institutions in sort of collaborating more with leaders at that local level, particularly the ones that are spearheading these projects as opposed to ones that are simply led by their national institutions.
Thank you. Is there another question? Perhaps we can take them in twos. Madam.
Firstly, I'm so glad, Charles, that you, first, the self-introduction. My name is Trisha Ray. I'm with the Atlantic Council. And I'm really glad, Charles, that you finally came to the values and peace part, because my question is related to that as well. And apologies in advance if this is very basic, because this is not my area of expertise. But I was wondering, as you're looking at these investment projects, especially in conflict areas where there's a risk of regime change and other security risks, how you're weighing those against, for example, other less desirable partners swooping in and taking those investment opportunities.
Thank you. Could we go to Koen first?
Yes, with pleasure. I mean, I'm going to pick up on the values point first. Because obviously, I mean, as Nisha already said, when we mobilize our funding, when we engage on projects, obviously the whole set of impact assessments we do on environmental impacts, on social impacts, on respect of labor standards, and so on, it's a precondition for our funding to flow. So when we intervene, those parts of the, let's say, the values equation are automatically covered. When you bring in the private sector, obviously, for any serious investment to happen, rule of law matters to them, and especially because increasingly, as also Nikolai said, increasingly we have legislation that actually imposes quite stringent obligations on our European operators, and it's very similar for the United States. So basically, by intervening, you already create a momentum in favor of the norms, the standards, and the values we stand for. I would then add a third one. It's actually the flip side of it. I mean, I don't remember exactly who said it, but it's still a nice quote. You can have roads without a democracy, but you can't have a democracy without roads. And so if we strive for countries, for our partners to be resilient, democratic, and espouse our values, basically creating the prosperity, the basic infrastructure investments are needed. The two are two sides of the equation, and thinking that not investing in infrastructure and still pushing democracy, that's a feasible option, is not true. And that brings me to precisely the point, the question that was asked. There are plenty of other offers out there, and they come with much less strings attached. And therefore, the business we are in now is, after a long time of being absent on infrastructure, is actually to move in and to show that there is an alternative offer. It's not a competitive offer, it's an alternative offer that does things in a different way, in a more sustainable way, and in a way that is more respectful of local populations, local labor force, the labor standards, and so on and so on. So I think all in all, these elements cannot be segmented. It's you bring the full package more and more in the world in which we live. You bring the full package, or you're basically out of the game. And that leads us to local governments. Obviously, and I think the point is very, very valid. In several of our partner countries, a lot of action sits at the local level, and we find local authorities in many cases very ambitious, very responsive, and they also create the right environment to do business with. And so just to confirm, we are not only looking at national governments as our partners and interlocutors, but do actually deploy a lot of action at local level together with local authorities as well.
Thank you. Nikolai, would you like to pick up on any of that?
Well, I could only confirm what Koen was saying, and of course it's a very basic fact. I mean, you have to work with a sub-national level. I mean, if you think that you can talk about sustainable development in Africa without talking to people who run cities, cities where an increasing number of people live. And of course, the proportions are dramatically changing every decade now. And I forgot the percentage of how many people will live in cities, in 20 years' time, but it's a very significant number. So you need to talk to the sub-sovereign level. And I would say this does not mean that it's either or, of course, because there are types of projects and frameworks and principles that you need to discuss still with national leadership. Because the whole thing about, if you want to convince partners about implementing good principles of social and economic development, good governance, you need to do it at a national level. You can't do it at a city level. And that's an obvious fact, but I think for the EU it's very important, and we see it very well. It's all linked. We are not there just to give an envelope of money. We are there to work together in partnership, and that means that it has to be an open conversation, sometimes a difficult one.
So we're about to go to Nisha for her take on the subnational partnership level, and then also the values again, if you don't mind. But do prepare a few more questions, please. I see Nicole is ready with a question. And I do have one question online, but I'd love to see more. So it's askac.org, for those of you who are wondering. Nisha, maybe you've already spoken about values. Always happy to hear more on values, but I'm very interested in the US take on the balance between working with governments, working with cities, working with regional authorities, etc.
I think it's a mix, and I think Nikolai kind of addressed it, which is that, first of all, we're providing financing to the private sector, but the environment, the permitting, the regulatory environment within which these conversations take place, the public sector investment into these projects, whether that investment is coming from the local government or the national government, those are all factors and considerations. So I think you have to, depending on the nature of the project, look at both the local government and the national government as important partners in the process, and make sure that they are adequately invested and engaged on that for a project to be able to succeed. But I will just say on one piece on the values question, which is I'm not worried about countries with different value sets swooping in, because I think in many ways what we're seeing is that the ways in which DFC and our partners, our European partners and others are operating is we're responding to the demand signal that we're finding from both our private sector partners and our host governments. I mean, I was at a critical minerals roundtable at the UNGA where we were hearing from African government after African government that as they look at critical minerals in Africa and they see the energy transition as an opportunity for Africa, they were very clear that they do not want to have extractive and exploitative investments in Africa, that what they want is value addition. What they want are investments that actually create economic growth, that create development impact, that lift up and provide opportunity to the youth of Africa. So what we're trying to do in the ways in which we're investing is answer that demand signal that we're hearing. And in so doing, I think we're going to drive up the conversation from all financing opportunities. I think that if there is a competing and compelling alternative, then you're going to negotiate a better deal no matter who you're talking to, whether you're talking to EIB, DFC, or AAIB. It doesn't matter.
So if I understand correctly, what you mean is, not that that was unclear, but I think for our audience, just to make it crystal clear, we want to provide an alternative to worldwide projects like the BRI, so that countries that have something to offer can negotiate with different partners and secure a better deal.
I think we want to drive up the value conversation and the impact conversation globally across the stream.
And is this what we're seeing on the ground?
I think we are. I think we're starting to see that effect.
Great. If we could go to Nicole for her question, and then I will also read an online question. We have 3 minutes left, so I think we'll be able to fit you in, Sarah, as well. So Nicole first.
Great. Hi, everyone. Nicole Golden. I am the Global Head of Inclusive Economic Growth at Abt Associates and a Senior Fellow here with Charles in the Geoeconomic Center. And a perfect tee-up, I'm glad you brought up impact, because that was part of my question. So impact, obviously a critical part of development, and I'd argue inclusion is a critical piece of both values and peace. So both of those, impact and inclusion, are really driven by data, evidence, knowledge, and I haven't heard much conversation around those. So I'm curious how your institutions are thinking about kind of partnerships between and among your institutions, not only in yourselves. Obviously, I know DFC is doing a lot of work on data. So how you're thinking about that aspect in partnership and how critical data, evidence, learning, and knowledge are. Thanks.
Thank you. Sir? Please introduce yourself.
Hello.
Yep.
Hi. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us today. My question was regarding the.
Sir?
Oh, I work at the French Embassy here in Washington, D.C. I recently finished my master's.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask about the nature of the changing partnerships, because we have been talking a lot about partnerships for the last 5 years. So how do you see the partnership changing in remaining attractive to all of the other attractive proposition on the continent, right from the Chinese, the Russian? Because I'm from Togo, I've seen also a lot of other nations coming and proposing some infrastructure investments. But I guess I wanted to say is, across the West French-speaker country in West Africa, in their NDPs and NDCs, most of the critical or more urgent needs that most countries are asking are mainly based on financing and building capacity in education, but also for the future generation. So how does it fit in the future investments, looking at the SDGs? Thank you.
Thank you. So if we could take these two questions very quickly, maybe if we could do a division of labor. Who wants to take impact?
I can talk a little bit
Nisha,
about
and then if one
I
of
can
you...
talk about partnerships.
Perfect. All right. Impact first.
So what we have done at DFC on trying to both embed the impact into the project screening and evaluation process, as well as then on the monitoring side, is first of all, we've developed IQ score, whereby each project we look at a variety of different factors, environmental, social impact factors, and we assess a impact score that tells us if the project is impactful, highly impactful, extremely, I don't know, extraordinarily, whatever the criteria are, but we give it a numerical score, and that factors into our own kind of thinking and examination of the developmental impact of a project. And we actually, throughout the process, in conversation with the client, look to see how we can boost that impact score as well. We are then monitoring these projects against the SDGs. What we've developed is an impact thesis that basically aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, so that we can track across the board all of our projects against how they are essentially advancing the SDGs. And that we did with great deliberation, because that does allow for more uniform metric that can be aligned across the MDB community.
So Mikolai, on, again, the sort of competing sources of funding, and the gentleman's question was specifically about Western Francophone Africa, but general examples are welcome too.
Well, Western Africa, I can say, I mean, with DFC, we have a great two projects in Western Africa, COVID vaccines facilities with Institut Pasteur in Dakar, for example. You know, I mean, this is a kind of example where you must think about genuine partnership. This is not colonialism or new colonialism. This is about involving local partners and bringing your knowledge, bringing your resources and potentially technology, but for the benefit of your partner on the ground. So we have to sort of this is a very important, I would say, approach. And on the other hand, if you think about it, we all crave for the critical raw materials. We want to have more access, unhindered access to those critical raw materials. And it is logical. But at the same time, when we want to use those materials which are, let's say, in Africa, we must also think about partnerships. This is about partnership. This is, again, not about just buying a mine and then taking out all the CRMs from there and bringing them to Europe or to the US. This would not be partnership. So I think that we need to recognize that this must be a very there must be something for everybody in there.
I think Lobito is a great example of the ways in which we're looking at partnerships across countries, across DFIs, and in ways that create an overall ecosystem that can lift up the economies, that it's not about just looking at a single investment, but actually looking at a portfolio of investments that connect together and create a whole economic impact.
Thank you. So we have a few good questions from our online viewers. The first is about the reconstruction of Ukraine. It's asked directly to DFC, but I think certainly the EIB will also be able to answer this question. And it's whether DFC sees room in Ukraine's reconstruction for the 3 Cs initiative, which is an initiative, for those of you who don't know, which has basically been spearheaded by Poland, but includes countries spanning all the way from the Baltic down to both the Black Sea and the Adriatic. So maybe to you first, Nisha, about Ukraine, the role for the 3 Cs initiative, but feel free to say anything you want about DFC's views on Ukraine reconstruction, and then I think we'll probably go to Mikolaj on the same question.
Sure. I mean, DFC is very active in Ukraine. I think our total exposure there is about $1 billion. We have been focused on specific needs, both supporting Ukrainian businesses so that they can sustain themselves throughout this conflict, and also looking at food security, looking at things like healthcare, particularly trauma. But then we're also part of the 3 Cs initiative. We're supporting the 3SI investment fund, which right now is supporting all of the countries around Ukraine. I think that there is some conversation within the 3 Cs about looking into Ukraine as well, and we're paying close attention to that, and we'll continue to engage there. But I think that there's a great deal of interest in looking at how we engage more and partner more into Ukraine. PRI is another important tool, political risk insurance, to try to support crowding in of more investment into Ukraine. In this case,
war insurance.
Indeed, war insurance. And so that is something that we are actively providing, and interested in more applicants who want to utilize that war insurance. We don't think it's too early. We think now is the time to start looking at your investments in Ukraine.
So I'm afraid we're coming to the end of this very interesting session. I think maybe if we could get Mikolaj's view on Ukraine reconstruction, and then I'm afraid we'll have to wrap up.
Shouldn't we start with Kuhn, because we might want to say something before you shut him down? No?
Well,
go ahead, Mikolaj.
I'm not sure. So Kuhn does many things, but doesn't necessarily work directly on Ukraine. But if you want to talk about Ukraine, Kuhn, you can.
I will leave it
Mikolaj, on to you. My intuition was correct.
Okay. Well, we should, of course, do as much, whatever we can to help the reconstruction. We have a strong presence in Ukraine. We have, I will not tell you about the numbers, because all those banks always tell you about big figures. But I will just say we are very committed also to help Ukrainians to rebuild critical infrastructure, because the war is not ending, has not ended yet. They need to have a functioning economy and functioning country. So we do that. We are also preparing with the European Commission and the member states of the EU for the reconstruction. There will be a lot of different initiatives, private sector, sub-sovereign, sovereign. Now, on three Cs, we don't take part in the three Cs because we don't support gas investments. We have been traditionally supporting a lot of energy security projects, LNG terminals, Lithuania and Poland and so on, but we don't do it now since it's not consistent with the Paris Climate Agreement roadmap. However, I must say, I think the three Cs needs to be, of course, fully consistent with the EU policy. I mean, there's a lot that the EU has on offer. The Repower EU package. There is also a lot of support for Ukraine facility that is on the table to be agreed, hopefully in December. So all those initiatives have to be consistent, and I would leave it to the soon to arrive new Polish government to decide what they want to do with this approach.
Thanks very much. So at least we know there are many, many institutions that are working hard on Ukraine's reconstruction. This is something that we hold very dear at the Atlantic Council. We'll be doing more research on it very soon. And hopefully we can meet again when things are slightly better in Ukraine to talk about the reconstruction. So thank you everyone for participating, for attending this penultimate session. I'd ask everyone to stick around for the final session where the Vice President of the Commission for Demography and Democracy will be joining us for a very interesting conversation with my friend and colleague Jörn Fleck, to whom we all owe applause, actually, in particular to him and his team, because they have put together a very good conference. So thank you.
Welcome to this concluding session of the 2023 EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum. And I'm delighted that we're closing out our conference over the last day and a half, 2 days, with a session on the defense of democracy with no one less than Vice President of the European Commission for Democracy and Demography, Dubravka Šuica. A warm welcome. It's actually a welcome back because you were here at the Atlantic Council with us in February, and some may remember you also joined us for the inaugural EU-U.S. Future Forum in 2021 virtually during the pandemic. Now it's the third in a row, and we have a real series here going, and so welcome back. Over the last day and a half, we've gone through the many areas of US-EU cooperation across so many different policy fields: defense, technology, global partnerships, tech policy, just this afternoon, and looked and explored how the United States and the European Union are really partners of first resort in so many different policy areas. But underlying all of that practical cooperation is really the bedrock. Underlying that cooperation and partnership is clearly our shared democratic values, institutions, our societies on both sides of the Atlantic. And I think everyone here is aware of the increasing challenges we've seen to that democratic bedrock of this partnership, both within through populism and other challenges, disinformation, election interference, hybrid warfare, and even open full war, as we're seeing in Ukraine, committed by Russia. And so I think it's befitting to conclude the EU DFF this year with a discussion on democratic resilience with you, Madam Vice President. As we get started, you can follow along as you have throughout. Our virtual audience can use the hashtag EUDFF23. You can submit your questions at askac.org, and we'll hopefully be able to fit a few of them in towards the end of this session. To kick us off, I wanted to ask you, the session is about the defense of democracy, democratic resilience. That's very much sort of 50,000 foot for many average Americans and Europeans. When you engage with Europeans, or even here during your visit, how do you make the case that this defense of democracy and democratic resilience really matters to the average citizen?
First of all, good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for this invitation. I'm more than happy to be back here, also in the Atlantic Council, but also in Washington, D.C. and the States. If someone had asked me about the defense of democracy a year or 2 years ago, I would have said it's not possible. So democracy can be taken for granted. Nowadays, we cannot take democracy for granted, and we have to cherish it. We have to nourish it. We have to speak about that because it is really in danger nowadays in the world. All over the world, we live in totally different world. We started this mandate in the European Commission in 2019, and it was totally different situation. Now we woke up in a different world, in different geopolitical situation, and democracy matters, and we have to work on it, and we have to try to translate it to our citizens, especially to young ones. As you know, Europe is cradle of democracy, but when you look at different member states and when you look at some countries which are in Europe geographically but not European Union, there is a big issue with a demographic deficit. In the States, I think you are also cradle of democracy, maybe in recent history, but still I think you have a lot to share with us, and we are the best allies in this. I don't think that there is anyone better in this world than Europe, European Union, and the United States to share these common values which we share. And I think there is a lot to do nowadays because we have to be cautious with elections. We have to be cautious with influence on citizens, social media, and all which you mentioned in your statement.
On the European side, and from the European Commission, we're expecting a defense of democracy package that translates this, our theme today, into policy, really. Can you talk a little bit about what that package entails, what intentions, objectives are behind this, and what are the tools that you're hoping to put on the table in defense of democracy?
As I already said, it's unbelievable that we have to talk about defense of democracy nowadays, but this is the case, this is the reality, and we have to talk about this. President von der Leyen announced this democracy defense package last year in the speech of the Union. Now we are working on it. It's a little bit postponed, but soon it will come out. And what we are talking is how to make our European citizens be resilient to different threats, like if disinformation, fake news, hybrid threats, all of this. So how we make our European citizens resilient? But we have to start from the very beginning. We have to start from kindergarten to teach our kids how to be responsible adults and how to be responsible grown-ups once they have to go for elections. Because nowadays, there are tendencies to not to trust anymore in institutions, which means not to trust in elections, and people don't go there. There is a geography of discontent all over Europe, especially in rural areas. So we have to see how to solve this issue. This is one. Another one is also how to have fair, transparent elections. How to have fair and transparent political parties, but also civil society and NGOs, just to make you aware of what we are working on. So we want to see how political parties and NGOs are being financed. It doesn't mean that we want to tutor anyone or to monitor, but we have to know whether third parties, I can freely mention Russia and others, who can influence these political parties and also civil society, and we want to see what is this about. So this is the reason why we did impact assessment, and we had very broad public consultation on this, and it's being finished now, and we will come out with this soon. So it's about how to differentiate between fake and non-fake, how to differentiate between disinformation and proper information, how to make our citizens be resilient to it. Of course, this is a long-term process, but we believe in democracy, and we believe that we have to strengthen our citizens to be responsible and they can believe in the institutions. I think this can be replicated also here in the States.
Will you respond? You mentioned this foreign agent proposal where NGOs and organizations have to disclose their funding sources from outside of the European Union. Will you respond to some of the criticism and warnings that you've gotten from the NGO community?
This is why I said that we did the impact assessment, because we opened broader consultations, and this is the reason why we haven't rushed with this. So now it's settled, and everybody is happy, and we want to have this by the end of this year.
End of this year. Mark, it has been postponed several
I'll tell you exactly. It will be on the agenda of the College of Commissioners in Strasbourg it will be 13th of December.
You heard it here first.
It's
looking for it.
12th, not 13th.
All right. We look forward to seeing the details.
And Madam Jourova and me, both of us are in charge, just to let you know.
Absolutely. I want to switch a little bit. When we spoke to you in 2021, you were about to chair the Conference on the Future of Europe, a process that was to gather citizens' inputs on the reform and policies of the European Union over a 1 year plus minus period. That concluded, I think, last spring in 2022. And the Commission and you promised that this would feed into the work program. Can you give us a little bit of a flavor of how this work continues, how citizens' ideas have fed into Commission policy already, and how you see this continuing?
I have a booklet on Conference of the Future of Europe, which is report on the final outcome. Maybe I can hand it over to you now.
That's I'm reading.
So there are 49 proposals there, and this year's Commission work program is based on 80% of our program is based on these proposals, which came from citizens. Next year's 2024 will be based 90% on the proposal. So whatever citizens asked us to do, we are trying to translate into legislation. So conference was it was excellent exercise on deliberative democracy, because we, as I already told you last time, we realized that there is a gap between us, policymakers, and citizens. So how to fill in this gap? And we think that if we organize the conference with the citizens, randomly selected from different, as you know, social strata, different two genders, citizens, youngsters from 16 to 25 years old, because we are talking about the future of Europe. So how can we talk about them without them? So they were included. 1/3 of youngsters were there. So it was very important. Okay, COVID maybe a little bit blocked us, but we organized multilingual digital platform in 24 languages where citizens could express their views. And so it was, and now it's going to be followed by a platform which Commission will enact soon, and which will be called Have Your Say, which means that conference will go on in digital form. So we will accept questions and ideas and proposals from citizens, and we will reply to them in 24 languages again. We think that this, although sometimes representative democracy and MEPs or MPs were not happy with this because they said that they are directly elected by citizens. So what on earth, why on earth do we need these citizens? We said because it's to empower you, it's to strengthen you. And now we are organizing, as a follow-up of this conference, citizens panels again. Ahead of each big legislation, we have citizens panels, citizens talk about this, and we put it in a zero draft of our policy making process. So what we wanted to do, to make European citizens feel that they can influence policy making in Europe in order to, if I may say, burst Brussels bubble, so-called Brussels bubble. So this is our intention, and I think we managed to do this, but we have to continue. We finished last year on the 9th of May, Day of Europe. You remember that that day, President Macron announced European political community, EPC. And this was one of the deliverables of this conference.
We'll pick up that motto of have your say if somebody in the room wants to put up their arm, catch my eye, and ask a question here. But I wanted to move on to, you already mentioned Russia's illegal and brutal war in Ukraine. That started over a year and a half ago now and really transformed and changed this conversation about democratic resilience and the defense of democracy in fundamental ways and made this much more urgent than it even had been before. And in this context of Ukraine and Ukrainian citizens not only defending their country, but also their freedom and their democratic choice of being part of a democratic Euro-Atlantic family. How has that changed? If we can dive a little bit deeper into that, how has that changed this urgency? And as an add-on, the decision by the European Commission to recommend the launch of accession negotiations with Ukraine soon. How do you frame this also as a great opportunity for your portfolio and for this democracy agenda, as 35, 40 million Ukrainians are keen to and are fighting to be part of the European project and the democratic one?
As you know, Ukraine is really fighting for their values, but also for our values. And you see how Ukrainian people are eager to be part of this Euro-Atlantic community. And of course, it's geopolitical. But it's not only geopolitical issue, it's also merit-based process, which is enlargement. And last week, we adopted the proposal to start the negotiation process with Ukraine and Moldova, but also to give candidature status for Georgia, and also for Western Balkans countries. I won't speak now about them. So Europe will not be whole without, it wouldn't be ready, it wouldn't be full if we don't accept Western Balkans and these Eastern Partnership countries, because it's also a question of security, it's also a question of safety, and it's also a question of geopolitics. But still, it is a merit-based process. Ukraine, they really, both Moldova and Ukraine, they really fulfill all these criteria to start negotiation process. Of course, it can be long, it can't, you never know how it will go, but we are helping them and assisting them to fulfill the criteria in order to be full members of the European Union. Of course, it can, you asked me about democracy. Yes, they are defenders of democracy, and we think that they can, enlargement process is a win-win situation. It can be good for them, but it can be also good for us in Europe. So it's not only good for Ukraine, but maybe the issue is how to talk, how to communicate this to European citizens. Some of them are in favor, some are not. So it's very important how to communicate this, to show European citizens that we need them to have that to be greater bloc in the end. And I hope that this will also help to cherish our relations with the United States, because then we are the best allies in this, and we are then greater and stronger.
That also making this case that Ukraine can be a shot in the arm for Europe, joining Europe, on a democratic, demographic, economic front leads me to my last question on your portfolio combines democracy and demography, right? Can you talk a little bit about what you see as the biggest challenges in that second part of your portfolio and how that connects to the democratic agenda?
It is interconnected. At the beginning of my mandate, people started asking me about the connection, but connection is demos, as you know. Everything is about citizens in both portfolios. But if you ask me about challenges, then we have big challenge from the competitive angle. And I was tasked by 27 leaders to come out with demography toolbox, which we adopted 3 weeks ago in the Commission. And it's about how to make Europe resilient because we have big shortages in the labor market. So how can we cope with these shortages in order to be competitive? Having in mind Far East, India, China, and others. So what we are proposing is, of course, to make stronger our families, parents, cohesion policy, make stronger our youngsters to match their diplomas with the skills of today. Also, how to harness older people, how to make older people be also contributors to our societies, not to be obliged to retire as early. And these are 3 pillars: parents, youth, and older people. But the most sensitive one is migration. So we are opting for legal migrations because without legal migrants, we wouldn't be able to fill in labor market. It's a big issue nowadays. I'm not talking about illegal, but legal migrants. Last year, 2022, we received 3.7 million legal migrants in Europe, and all of them are somewhere working. And we received only 350,000 illegal migrants. So how to deal with these returns, deportations, it's another question, I think, for another talk. So demographic challenges are big. Since we are contemporaries, it's hard to see that this is going on. But without addressing this issue, it would be a big problem for your economy, for Europe. And this is the reason why we look this through competitive lens.
Madam Vice President, we're running out of time, as you said. Open the migration box could keep us here another hour or so. I see one hand up for a quick question there in the back row. Please identify yourself, keep it very short, and then we'll go back to the Madam Vice President to wrap us up.
Yes. Hi, thank you. My name is Zach Schneider. I'm from Ukraine Congress Committee of America. I guess I have an abstract question, but it's pretty straightforward. Václav Havel remarked a little while ago that democracy is not just about the institutions and elections and the procedures of government, but rather it's in how people relate to one another. And I'm kind of curious, especially coming from this country and having experience in Europe as well, how can Europe and both the United States and Europe use that experience to create a narrative of why our system is desirable over other systems that offer competing narratives about how to relate to one another?
You know what? To connect this with migrations, I read a survey this morning, a very serious one, which asked citizens from third countries what is the most desirable country to them to go. And it is both United States and European Union. So people see that this is desirable and that it is free society, liberal society, freedom of expression, freedom of media. And of course, we know that majority of world population live in not to say in autocracies, but not in proper democracy. We know that, but we are the leaders, and we want to show by example. And Europe shows by example, and also United States. And this is the reason why this forum was also about that, and it's also about security of our citizens.
Madam Vice President, that's all the time we have. Leading by example, I think, is the bridge to closing out our EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum 2023. We had 2 action-packed days, 12 sessions exploring what the United States and the European Union can achieve together when we put our minds and our efforts and energy to it, really covering the depth and breadth of that unique partnership between the United States and the European Union. I'd like to thank a number of people as we conclude. First, Ambassador Lambrinidis and his wonderful team at the EU delegation that partnered with us on this. It's always a great pleasure. As I said, this is the 3rd iteration. 3 makes for a series and a tradition, I think. So hope we can continue this. Obviously, a huge thank you to my team at the Europe Center, at the Atlantic Council, and to our events and comms teams that have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make all of this happen and make it look pretty cool too. And then obviously our audience here in person, where hundreds have joined us over the course of the 2 days, and thousands, if not tens of thousands on virtually on social media. So thank you for joining us. Please continue to follow our work at the Europe Center, at the Atlantic Council, on how we put US-EU partnership to work. And with that, thank you and see you soon. Thank you.